Welcome, everybody, to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees Whitney Houston's iconic status emboldened in biopic form in "Oh, I Wanna Dance with Somebody," hitting the store shelves, along with that charming kitty is back in action in Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, courageous fighter pilots in Devotion, a little bit of 4K upgrade love. Kino Lorber is releasing Dustin Hoffman in The Marathon Man. The Rocky collection is getting 4K upgrade goodness as well. We also have Shout Factory releasing the 1996 fantasy adventure dragon epic Dragonheart, and oh, by the way, Dark Sky Films is releasing that 4K upgrade love for the 1974 classic Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Oh, scary in 4K, you bet your ass it is. Oh yes, plus much more. Let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got.
All right, everybody, we are in at good old Walmart, and the new release love is definitely on display this week. Oh yes, in a big bad way it is, baby. And you know how I love to dive in, so yeah, let's do it, shall we? With a little bit of, oh yes, the suave, smooth talking, charming Puss in Boots. Yes, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, baby. The DVD collector's edition for $19.96. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $24.96. Oh, and even a little bit of only at Walmart exclusive love for the Blu-ray DVD digital limited edition gift set for $29.96. Look at that. Oh, with their eyes. Aren't they cute? It comes with movie and Puss in Boots and Piro's squeeze toys. Look at that. Come on, that's some cute shit. I give Walmart credit for trying, man, because ain't no one having exclusives like this, man. That's for damn sure, dude. It's good for the kids. It's good for even the little doggies out there and your cats. Hell, they might like it too, man. Walmart is giving everybody the love. Oh, indeed they are, man. Not half bad for that exclusive goodness. For good old Puss in Boots, yeah, I think he deserves it. That's for damn sure, man. Oh, do I love me some Puss in Boots, man. And I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime. And I have to admit, I was a little skeptical because the first Puss in Boots movie, even though it was highly anticipated and it was a great side character in those Shrek movies, the movie didn't really deliver. It was kind of lackluster to me. Not as good as I was really hoping it could be or even should be. And so many years have passed since that first movie, and I was like, okay, they're probably never making another Puss in Boots movie, okay? Kind of disappointed. It wasn't really satisfying. Move on, right? Well, hey, why not have just one more go at it, right? And so thus we have The Last Wish. And basically it's about Puss in Boots swashbuckling and charming everyone around him. He's a hero to the people, but maybe a little bit too much of a hero because, man, he definitely likes to live on the dangerous side. And he's using up those 9 lives pretty goddamn fast. In fact, he's on his last one. The Grim Reaper is knocking on the door, and on top of that, oh, by the way, he could potentially get those lives back if he finds a wishing star in the Black Forest. So on the hunt, Puss in Boots goes. However, he's not alone, because other people are searching for the same thing that he does. Can he get there first? Can he win the day? Can he get his lives back? Or will the Grim Reaper come for that cat's pussy? Oh, baby. Well, you gotta watch the movie to find out. I ain't telling you, but let's just put it this way. Puss in Boots will live to fight another day. Oh, yes, of course, kitties. The Grim Reaper doesn't get him. At least not yet. He's got a little bit of adventure to go, baby. He does indeed, man. But I gotta admit, I really dug this movie. I thought it was fun. I thought it was adventurous. I loved the animation. It was really just a great thrill ride, not only for kids most likely, but for adults as well. I think it was really well done. I thought the story was really well executed. I thought it was humorous, some really great funny moments. I love the different characters. I love taking certain aspects of fairy tales and sort of switching them on their head. I really thought that was kind of clever and unique. And you get the same charm and lovability from Puss in Boots and these characters like you have with all of the sort of Shrek universe. And it was a great breath of fresh air for that character and for the series, and it really does kind of wash away the bad taste of that first Puss in Boots movie. It really does, man, because that first one, like I said, it's not ultimately the most terrible animated movie of all time, but for the anticipation of a Puss in Boots film, man, it just really underwhelmed. And I went into this movie just kind of not really feeling it. And once those opening credits happen and he's fighting the people in the town and the gigantic weird creature and all the swashbuckling that was going on, dude, I instantly fell back in love with Puss in Boots. I fell in love with this world and all of the characters, Goldilocks and the three bears. Oh man, that was a trip, dude. I just love what they did with this film. I thought it was imaginative. I thought it was fun. I thought it was humorous. Man, I had a really great time with this movie, and I think kids will as well. If you were a little unsure about this movie, I get it. I understand why. Hell, I was, man. And that's one of the reasons why I stayed away from it in the movie theaters. But that being said, dude, this movie delivers, and it delivers in spades, and it's actually really goddamn good. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked about that too, man. I really am. But Puss in Boots, let me tell you something. That pussy gets me every damn time. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Oh, yeah, another biopic. Hope this one is good. Oh, God, I hope it is, man. Because I've seen a lot of them. My fair share of good ones, my fair share of bad ones, and it's time for Whitney Houston to get hers. And I want to dance with somebody. A Blu-ray digital for $22.96. The DVD digital for $17.96. Ah, yes. Eventually, if you're a big enough artist, you have enough fame, have enough hit songs, win enough awards, last for quite a long time, eventually you will get your own movie. And Whitney definitely did. Ah, yes, the trials and tribulations, the successes, and everything in between for The Voice. Ah, yes, man. Now, as I said, I watched this on Amazon Prime. I didn't get a chance to watch it in the movie theater. I kind of wanted to, but I was willing to wait for this one. But I've always been a fan of Whitney Houston. Maybe not the biggest fan in the world of hers, but I've always really liked her music. I've loved her voice. She has an epically amazing talent and range of her vocal abilities. She's amazing in many ways, man. And I was curious how they were going to handle her story and some of the controversial aspects to it. I was interested to see where they were going to go with this one. So, did they do her right? Did they honor Whitney Houston in the best possible way? Well, kinda, sorta, not really. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not a bad movie. Like, as far as biopic goes, it's not terrible. And trust me, I've seen some really bad ones, so it's not like this is the worst thing. But it's just kind of substandard, really. It goes through all of the motions that you see in every single biopic film. It doesn't do anything new and inventive or interesting whatsoever. And yes, she has a fascinating life, don't get me wrong, but I'm kind of lukewarm on how they went about it. I mean, basically, it's, oh, we have the hit song, and oh, we do the music video, and this is how the song was created, and all of the success from the songs, and then the highs of fame, and then the lows, and everything in between. Everything that you've seen in every biopic movie is here, and that's about it, man. And they don't really dive into too much of the controversies. The whole idea of perhaps the lesbian lover, the drugs, even the whole Bobby Brown situation of him beating her, they barely ever really touch any of that stuff, kind of skimming the surface at best. Basically, what this movie is sort of a best of Whitney Houston, just in biopic form, is really all it is, man. And that's great if you are a fan of Whitney Houston, if you're a lover of her work, a super fan, so to speak, and can really just enjoy it for some of the hit moments of her life. But as far as diving into her as a person and the issues that she dealt with and the loves that she had and the family, it's all just sort of matter of fact at the end of the day. I mean, the performances are okay for what they are. I think the standout being Stanley Tucci, who is absolutely amazing as her record producer, who's, man, a huge influence in her life in a big bad way. He does an amazing job. And everybody else is decent to okay. The main performer playing Whitney Houston is just sort of alright, average. And yes, the music is amazing. Yes, the moments of Whitney Houston's life is absolutely fantastic, and the stage performances. But outside of that, it's just kind of superficial and nothing that you haven't already seen before. And yeah, I just kind of left the movie feeling it was alright. It was 2.5 hours, and even that kind of felt a little bit like it was kind of pushing its limits at times. Like I was kind of like, it's kind of feeling its length towards the end of the movie. And I'm glad that they honored Whitney Houston, and I'm glad that you got to see really the great performances and a lot of things that made people fall in love with her. But as far as being a really great must-watch biopic, yeah, I don't really see it, man. It's got some good moments, but kind of falls a little flat at the end of the day, and it's such a damn shame that I'm even saying that, man. It should be a crime to say that, because Whitney Houston is such an amazing artist, and I miss her so much. She had so much more potential on this earth as a musical pioneer, and to just see a kind of average, mundane, okay biopic for her is just really kind of a letdown in a big bad way, man. I've seen a lot of these, and some of them have impressed me as of late, and some of them haven't. And this one, yeah, I love wanting to dance with Whitney Houston, but as far as wanting to dance with this biopic, not so much.
If you're gonna fight for your country, you better be devoted to the cause in devotion. The Blu-ray digital for $19.96, the DVD for $17.96. Ah, yes, a little bit of fighter pilot love. Don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, baby. Jonathan Majors, Glenn Powell, based on true events. Let me tell you something. I really loved the trailer to this. I thought it looked really adventurous and great thrills, and I was like, okay, I like a good war movie. You guys know that. And the idea that this takes place shortly after the events of Pearl Harbor and World War II and everything like that, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of liking this, man. So it had a lot going for it, man, and I was definitely interested in this in a big bad way. And of course, I didn't get a chance to watch it in the movie theater. Ah, damn shame. But I wanted to watch it regardless, because it really did interest me. So I watched it with my girlfriend on Amazon Prime, and with all the anticipation, with everything that I felt that was really going for it, did it deliver? Well, yeah, not so much. Damn, dude. I am serious, man. One of the best movies of the year?
I don't know how many movies they're watching. Oh, eesh. Okay, look, man, it's not terrible. All right, it's not a bad movie. All right, it's not one of those like straight to DVD war movies where it's really cheap and chintzy. Okay, it's not that. All right, the money is spent on the screen, and you get some really solid actors and great effects. So it's not that. Okay. I think the problem that I have with this movie is the fact that it's goddamn boring. Whew, dude, I'm not even lying to you, man. Like, my girlfriend was over halfway through and she decided to go do something else. She was like, hey, have at it, man, because this is doing nothing for me. And I'm like, man, it's really doing nothing for me either, but I'm kind of obligated to watch the motherfucker. So I'm continuing to watch this shit. I mean, look, the actors are trying their best, and Jonathan Majors, out of everybody, is really hitting it out of the park, man. He is phenomenal in this movie. The rest of the movie kind of lets him down. Even the rest of the actors do. Glenn Powell is a pretty face, don't get me wrong, but he really has no charisma on screen. He's kind of a wet noodle, man. He should stay and continue doing those side Top Gun roles, because that's probably all he's really got in him, man. Because if anything is an indicator from this movie, yeah, man, he just don't got it, all right? And I just kind of felt that it was all sort of matter of fact. It's the same old, like, okay, we're fighter pilots and we're fighting in the war, and we've got to end up doing one mission that's going to save America, and we're going to get our boys home. It's just the same thing over and over again. There's nothing new or interesting about it whatsoever. And even the action scenes, which could have been really exciting and thrilling, just kind of come off as matter of fact and just okay. They're gonna be alright. There's no like heart-pounding moments where you're fearing for them or anything. Even sometimes when they die, like certain death scenes kind of feel sort of like an afterthought, if that's even a thing, man. It kind of feels like it's not really having an emotional impact on me, and I was just thinking to myself, like, it has more of an effect on the characters than it does me. I haven't really gotten a chance to know these characters enough and their camaraderie with one another. And even though the movie is well over 2 hours long, geez, actually more felt like 3.5 hours. Ooh, it really did, man. I'm still not really getting to know the characters or their interactions with one another or why they're fighting the way they are and their devotion to the war. Some you get better motivations than others, but you just don't really get to be involved or feel for anything in this movie. And it's all just sort of there for the sake of being there. And I wasn't feeling the high stakes. I wasn't feeling the character moments. I wasn't caring about anybody except for Jonathan Majors. And they really go out of their way to hit you over the head why he's doing this. And of course, being the only black pilot, and how people are hating on him and skeptical of him, and how he's really hard on himself to try to achieve the best he possibly can. I mean, I like that. But outside of Jonathan Majors' story, there's nothing else that's really intriguing here. And it's just so slow, and it's just plodding along. And halfway through this movie, you've already felt like you've watched it for 2 goddamn hours already. Dude, that's not good, man. When an Avatar movie is over 3 hours long and that has more excitement than this movie, about halfway through, you're already feeling like you've already watched a whole entire Avatar movie because it's been felt like 3 hours, man. It's nuts, okay? Dude, it's boring, and it's mundane, and it's yawn-worthy. And seeing like a great like fighter pilot action old school World War II style movie, I thought this was going to be epically awesome, and it was a total letdown. That is a goddamn shame, dude. I mean, I know you're trying to ape off of Top Gun in some ways, but bro, you ain't even fucking close, man. I'm devoted to a lot of great movies, but this one, yeah, think again. Sometimes you gotta fight in the heart of God's country. Yeah, this is the DVD for $9.96. Tandy Newton. It's been a hot minute, man. Oh, it really has, dude. Everyone has a breaking point. Well, you got that one right, man. Huh, interesting. I haven't gotten to watch this, but I do like Tandy Newton from time to time, and I really liked her in The Chronicles of Riddick, man. I thought she was fantastic in that. Of course, I really liked her in Crash, too. She was really, really good in that movie also, man. Huh. Sandra Guidry, a professor living and working in a rural college town, discovers a red truck parked in her driveway and soon learns it belongs to a pair of local hunters seeking to enter the forest behind her house. Ooh. Well, geez, if you just want to hunt, man, I mean, isn't there other fucking places? I mean, seriously, dude. I'm sure there's deer in other parts of the forest. I'm just saying. Oh, man. Sandra turns him away politely but firmly. Sandra finds herself drawn into an escalating battle of wills with catastrophic consequences. Ah, based on a short story, huh? That's kind of interesting. Not bad, man. You know, something tells me there's more in that forest than what they're saying. I kind of feel there is, man. A battle of wills, a thrill ride of epic proportions, survival, live or die? Oh, perhaps indeed, because something tells me those guys aren't going away. And Tandy Newton is ready to fight for her life. Oh, you bet your ass. Man, I don't know. It could be kind of cool and interesting. Sort of the whole, like, Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn. More like, get out of my fucking forest, you son of a bitch. Who will win? Tandy Newton or the redneck assholes? Well, for my money, I hope it's Tandy Newton. Just saying. I hope it is indeed, man. Not bad. We've got that, and we've also got a hunt. Ooh, trust no one. Wait a minute. They're taking the tagline from X-Files? Seriously? The DVD for $12.96. Look at this, man. Interesting indeed. From Magnet. I don't know what this is about. The directorial debut of Emmy Award-winning star, of Squid Game. Very nice. God, I love that show. Hunt follows two agents in Korean Central Intelligence tasked with hunting a North Korean spy embedded within their agency. In this tense situation where if they cannot find the mole, they must be accused themselves. The two men slowly start to uncover an unthinkable plot to assassinate a South Korean president. What? Whoa. A little bit of espionage thriller love. Oh, I do believe it is. Nice, man. Interesting. I do love a good, like, espionage thriller, you know, on the edge of your seat type of stuff, man. Whether it's, like, something like Bourne or, you know, Clear and Present Danger from back in the day. Those type of flicks, man. I love that stuff, dude. This could be kind of interesting, depending, man. It's been a while since I've seen a really good espionage thriller. A lot of them kind of let me down a little bit. I love the stuff from the 90s, dude, and the early 2000s. That was my jam, man. But this, especially directed by the star of Squid Game, that could definitely get my blood going in a big bad way, man. It just might. Espionage thriller goodness, well, try and try and try again, and hey, one more can't hurt, right? It's time to celebrate independence with a straight-to-DVD and Blu-ray Bruce Willis movie. Yeah, that's how I like to celebrate my independence, too. Right. Oh, man. Detective Night Independence. The Blu-ray digital for $14.96. The DVD for $12.96. Ah, yes. The final chapter in the Detective Night trilogy. Just what you were hoping for, baby. I highly doubt it. And to be honest with you, neither was I, man. But shit, I watched the other two movies. I might as well finish this sumbitch. Oh, god damn it, dude. And it just continues with the shady hijinks of the police department that Bruce Willis is a part of, man. And yet another issue that they have to deal with. Ah, yes, just what I want, man. More crazy killer hijinks. Yeah, okay, well, as long as Bruce Willis looks good shooting a gun, I guess that's all that really matters. Kinda, sorta, whatever, man. Alright, look, I watched it on Amazon Prime, okay? And I just wanted to get this fucking thing over with. I really did, because, truth be told, I've said it to you guys God knows how many times, man. I am a glutton for punishment at this point. I truly am, dude. I mean, I love Bruce Willis, and I'm going to continue to keep on watching these goddamn things because I just have to at this point, man. My love for Bruce knows no bounds. Even straight to DVD and Blu-ray garbage, I'm still coming back for you, Bruce. Because I love you, baby. Oh, man. Boy, and you have tested my limits like a motherfucker. You truly have, dude. Ay, ay, ay. So basically, this final installment is about this ambulance driver, paramedic, who starts to basically lose his marbles and is disrespected by everybody around him, and his life is going into shambles, and he finally decides, I'm just going to just fuck it all and decide to pretend to be a cop, steal things, do my own brand of justice. And eventually, the cops have to catch up to the cop killer. Oh, indeed they do, man. You know the hijinks. And all the straight-to-DVD garbage that comes with it. Oh, you bet your ass it does, man. Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. This movie was kind of entertaining to me. The only reason why was because of that guy right there who plays the disgruntled employee ambulance driver. And I got to admit, guys, if they were trying to make him out to be the bad guy, like, this evil, mischievous douchebag of a person who's finally taken the law in his own hands and we should respect the law, like, dude, they really missed the mark, man, because I felt sorry for this guy because he is getting shit on by cops, he's getting beat up by them, he's getting fired from his job for actually doing his job in the first place, actually saving lives, and because he's doing that, he gets screwed over by everybody in the process. I mean, the guy's got a point to be kind of pissed off, man. He's had enough, and I can't quite say I blame him, dude. I mean, this guy is a really decent human being, and at every single turn, everybody is just fucking him over, and he's had enough. I mean, it's not right what he does. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying that dude's got a right to be pissed. Just saying. And if no one else is helping him, he's kind of helping himself, all right? And, of course, it's finally going over the top because imitating a cop is really terrible. So Bruce Willis and company have to finally take him down for good, yes, because Lord knows cops don't need the bad reputation. Yeah, about that. Oh, man. Okay, look, the problem that I have with this, and it's not just this movie, right? It's with all of the movies, is the fact that every single one of these movies is about corrupt cops in one way or another, and how shady they are, and how they fuck everything up, and they just end up washing things away simply, and, oh, well, we're just gonna cover it up because, hey, back the blue. And I'm like, what the fuck? And when there's finally a person who is going up against the corrupt cops, I'm kind of rooting for the guy that's going up against the corrupt law enforcement. Is that bad? I kind of feel dirty just saying that, but they kind of deserve it. I mean, Bruce Willis, as much as I love him, he's kind of been a scumbag in this series of films. In fact, his partner has been a scumbag in this series of films. Hell, the whole fucking police department is entirely made up of scumbags and assholes and pricks that think they're better than everybody else. And I like the idea that somebody is sort of taking the piss out of them. The problem is that this movie doesn't go far enough. Yeah, he's kind of disgruntled and pissed off, but he kind of robs a bank. And that's all he really does. I wanted him to really go out and be this evil, devious motherfucker, man. Really taking down the cops and really giving them a brand of their own medicine. I really wanted that, but they don't go far enough with it. They just kind of skim the surface. There's barely any action in this movie, and whatever action we do get, surprise, surprise, is all really close up, and you can barely see anything, and it's all shot sort of quick so that, the editing is all choppy and all over the place, like the other films. And even Bruce Willis here, man, he's barely in this movie. It's supposed to be a Detective Night series, and Detective Night is barely in this bitch, okay? And I get it, right? With the aphasia diagnosis, and now the whole idea of the dementia thing that goes along with it. I mean, man, Bruce is being hit with a 1-2 punch in the worst way possible. So I get it, right? He's not going to be in this thing a lot because he can't remember his lines. He's not as good as he used to be. He's just basically collecting a paycheck. He's here in name only. And hey, have at it, man. But the rest of the people in this movie don't really do all that well either. I mean, the sort of disgruntled employee does pretty decently. I like the storyline. He's alright, but he's not given enough to do. The chick here is kind of cool. I like her story, but they introduce her in the last movie as Bruce Willis's daughter, and I'm like, where the fuck was she in the last movies? I would have appreciated had they established her already, but they didn't really do that, and I kind of understand why. Oh, surprise, surprise, she's Bruce Willis's daughter, Detective Knight. And I'm like, God, who couldn't have seen that shit coming? I mean, seriously, man. I don't know, dude. It's kind of just paint by numbers person going up against the system and these people having to try to take them down. That's it. You've seen it so many other times before, and there's nothing thrilling, nothing, oh my god, the epic finale of the Detective Knight trilogy. I mean, seriously, the other movies aren't really that great, so were you really expecting all that much from this movie? I mean, come on, man. The best movie out of the bunch is probably the second film, with the whole, like, Christmas killer pastor religious aspect to it, which I kind of liked. This has aspects that I like in it, but it just doesn't do it well enough. Actually, I can say that for this entire trilogy, man. This whole series didn't even need to be a trilogy. I mean, really, it honestly is kind of a waste of everyone's time and talent and motivation. There's just not much to really love here. Yeah, if you want to see a straight-to-DVD Bruce Willis flick, have at it, but honestly, well, I can't say that there's a lot of good ones, but there is better ones than this, and I guess that's saying something? I don't know, man. A corrupt cop trilogy where the cops don't really get their comeuppance is not really all that exciting to me. Why was this even made in the first place? I have no single fucking idea, man. I really don't. I feel for Bruce Willis. I understand getting money while you're getting out the door, but movies like this, not that they tarnish a legacy necessarily, but they just kind of don't feel right, man. And good aspects, but nothing that really needs to be seen. Kind of a waste of time, honestly. Geez, between all three movies, every one of them is an hour and a half, so literally 4.5 hours of watching the Detective Knight trilogy, and I got barely any entertainment value out of this bitch. Damn, man. Well, the bad guys got fucked over, yeah, but so did I. The love of cinema saves the day yet again in Empire of Light. The Blu-ray digital for $19.96 and the DVD for $14.96. Now, another Oscar bait movie. Oh, you gotta love it, baby. Oh, indeed you do. Now, I got a chance to watch this on HBO Max, and it was one that kind of piqued my interest just because of the cast. I mean, Colin Firth, Toby Jones, Olivia Colman, who is absolutely amazing, directed by Sam Mendes, and if you know Sam Mendes as a director, come on, man. Skyfall, 1917, that's some pretty good stuff, dude. So I was like, okay, I've got to watch this. It's got to be good, at least somewhat good character drama study, hopefully. So figured why not dive in, man. And basically it's set in the early 80s. It's about Hillary, played by Olivia Colman, who is having a lot of struggles in her life. She's older, she's medicated, she has a lot of mood swings and issues. She's having a romantic relationship with the theater manager who is married. She's having a rough go of it, man. And, of course, she works at the Empire Cinema. Yes, good old movies, man. Of course, you gotta love that. And there's a young man that is hired at the cinema, Steven, and she takes a liking to him. Quite a good deal of a liking, in fact, and has desires for him. And one way or another, well, those desires turn into reality, and they have a relationship, a very tumultuous relationship. And while that is going on, her life isn't getting any easier, it's getting more complicated, and it's the trials and tribulations of human emotion and the love of cinema in between. Oh yes, man. Now, I gotta admit, it's not a bad movie. I mean, if you're going into this for a good character drama, you're gonna get it. It definitely is. It just kind of felt long and dragged out, and it didn't ultimately all come together, because there's a lot of things going on in this movie about, yes, human emotion, but also racism and trauma, abuse, lack of human connection, medicating yourself. I mean, God, there's so many things piled into one in this movie, and they try to connect it through the idea of movies and cinema and the joy of that and how it brings people together and the humanity of that. And I don't think ultimately they ended up succeeding all that well. I mean, it's a beautifully shot movie, it's beautifully well acted, and there is some really great dramatic moments in there that really intrigue you, and character moments that you really feel for these people and their circumstances, especially the idea of the racism part, which, man, that hits hard, man, that really does. So there is some really good moments in the movie. The problem is it just doesn't ultimately entirely work at the end of the day. And I can understand what Sam Mendes was trying to do. He was trying to mix in the idea of the love of movies and cinematic experiences with these people that are lacking that connection and, you know, the symmetry between the two. I get it. But where I think Spielberg ended up doing a hell of a lot better job with The Fabelmans, this not quite so much. He tried to tie it together, it just doesn't work, man. Good character drama, good acting, yes, but overall good story, not so much. Then again, not every Oscar bait movie can be really good. Empire of Light does have some genuine moments, but as far as great Academy Award drama movies, yeah, it's got a long way to go. Hate to say it, Sam Mendes, you're a good director, but when it comes to trying to mix human drama and emotion with cinema, well, this time, you kind of failed.
A mysterious illness, a mysterious woman, and evil intentions. Put all of them together, I suppose you got a horror movie on your hands. Oh, I suppose you do. In Nocebo, the DVD for $9.96. Ah, yes, Eva Green, Mark Strong. Oh, nice. Some good old indie horror love, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime simply because of the actors, man. I've always loved Eva Green ever since Casino Royale, being a big fan of hers. Mark Strong has always been a solid actor as well, so I'm like, okay, the actors alone are kind of getting me in the door, man. So, alright, I'll give it a look, man. Something evil lurks inside, but what does? Ooh, well, that alone will haunt your nightmares forever. Well, apparently so, man. I've seen enough horror movies. Nothing really haunts my nightmares anymore, man. That's kind of scary in and of itself. That really is, dude. Okay, so basically, Eva Green plays this fashion designer for kids, and everything is going great, man. She's having a ton of success in her career. And she gets this phone call, this mysterious call, and she's like, oh my God, how many bodies? You don't know what's going on or what the issues are whatsoever. And ever since then, she sees this really weird dog with like ticks, and the ticks are attacking her. And ever since then, like, she's felt weird, has like this mysterious illness that doctors have no idea what the hell is going on. She's incredibly depressed. She's medicated like a motherfucker. And
And she's in really bad straits, man, until this Filipino caregiver ends up coming to her doorstep and saying, oh, hey, yeah, you hired me, or don't you remember? And she's like, oh, I guess I did. Yeah, come on in. And she's trying to help her with this sort of mysterious shaman-like medicine to try to cure her. And it's kind of going well, but then at the same time, you're like, this caregiver has evil intentions, but you're not quite sure what those intentions are either. So you're like, okay, what's going on? and and slowly but surely, boy, Eva Green is diving into madness slowly but surely, man. And so is the audience, to be fair. Well, they really are, dude. Look, I gotta be honest, man. The movie isn't bad. Like, as far as indie horror is concerned, it's not terrible. I've seen a lot worse. The acting is really good. Mark Strong is great. Eva Green, fantastic. No doubt about that, man. Even Chai Fonacer, who plays the Filipino caregiver, she's really good here too. So the acting is not bad. I kind of feel like the movie is very slow going. And it's a little too slow. It feels kind of tedious at times. You're just kind of waiting for it to ramp up and speed up. And it never really does until the last maybe 20 minutes of the movie is when, of course, they've got to explain everything. And oh my God, what's really going on? And the Filipino caregiver's true intentions. And oh my God, what Eva Green did to her. And revenge, yes, revenga. Oh man, yeah. And the ending is cool. Like, I like the explanation. I like what the Filipino caregiver is doing to her and the reasons behind it. Like, I like all that stuff. But to get to that is a real slog, man. And at times, I got really bored and uninterested in the movie, which is a damn shame. I like the fact that Eva Green is slowly going mad, but they don't depict it in the most exciting or interesting way, which kind of sucks, dude. I mean, I like some of the imagery with the weird fucked up dog or this giant bug tick that's crawling on the bed and shit. I mean, there's certain things that kind of give you kind of give you the willies. But outside of that, it's nothing really special, ultimately, dare I say, man. And it was kind of also baffling because is this Filipino caregiver, is she a shaman? Is she a witch? Like, what is exactly her true powers? And did they just happen to just come out of nowhere? Like, what the fuck? And this weird bird thing coming out of her mouth and into her mouth, and you're like, what is going on? What is the symbolism behind this? What's actually happening here? And can somebody please explain this bitch at some point? I'm waiting, man. I mean, they explain enough, but they don't explain everything. There's a little bit of mystery, which is fine, but I don't know. It kind of left me a little bit unsatisfied, just a tiny bit. I mean, it's not bad, all things considered. It's got its high points. It's got its low points. It's nothing amazing, but an hour and a half, hour, 40-minute time waster? Sure, why not? Something evil lurks inside. It's part of this movie. Not quite sure it entirely works, but hey, if you like Eva Green, if you like weird shaman witch revenge movies, have at it. Lord knows fashion designers do a lot of crimes. Trust me. Have you seen what kids are wearing lately? I think they need to be taken down a peg or two. Why not a witch do her thing? In that case, hey, I'll take it. If you're gonna be running, you better be running the bases. Oh yeah, the DVD for $12.96. What is this, man? What if the only way to win is to lose? Damn. If that was the case, man, I'd be one hell of a winner. Oh, hell, I would be, man. Oh, a little baseball movie, perhaps? What is this? When a small-town baseball coach gets the offer of a lifetime from a larger 6A high school, he uproots his family and leaves the only home he's ever known. But as a man of faith, there we go. He soon faces extreme opposition to his coaching methods from the school superintendent. Yes. Sports and faith mixed together. Oh, you definitely gotta love it, baby. Oh, you do indeed, man. Of course. See, they snuck in that faith-based goodness. Of course they did, man. We get you with the baseball movie, and then the faith is an extra add-on. Yeah, you know how we roll, baby. Oh, yeah. Surprised this ain't a little bit of Dove love. Oh, man. only make it even sweeter. Oh, I bet, man. You know, look, I love good baseball movies. You know I love that stuff. Faith-based, depends, man. If you're really hitting me over the head, I'm not sure I like it. But if it's a little more subtle, then maybe I can take it a wee bit. I don't know about this one. Looks kind of interesting. Maybe worth a go. If you like baseball, and if you like a little faith in your life, the two combined could be sweet. It could be indeed. Perhaps. Maybe. You never quite know, man. Not bad, and not bad for the physical media love. Look at this. Man, this is awesome, dude. Holy cow. Man, Walmart be killing it. Especially this week, dude. And hey, they still even have that 2-movie collection, Puss in Boots and Puss in Boots The Last Wish for $24.96. So if you don't have both the movies in your collection and want them, they have the 2-movie collection, Love, and of course they still have the Disney 100 goodness as well. Man, they be supplying the love in a big bad way, and I definitely dig it, but is there anything else though? Well, it sure seems like there is. Oh yes, more new releases. Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, let's dive in with Nicolas Cage in a Western? Oh, how can you lose? Oh, in the old way, the DVD for $12.96. Look at this. Oh, man. Oh, do I love me some Nicolas Cage, baby. Oh, I really do, man. Oh, man, who don't? Seriously, man, come on. He's literally a national treasure. And he's also been in the National Treasure movie, so, you know, win-win, of course. But I was a little hesitant. I watched this on Amazon Prime because, look, as I've said, I like Westerns, but I like old school Westerns. I don't like the new school stuff anymore, man. I don't know. It's just not like the older stuff. You know, the Clint Eastwood stuff and the John Wayne stuff and, you know, some of the really great stuff from back in the day, you know, like Unforgiven and all that jazz. I mean, some really great stuff that I've loved, man. They just can't compare anymore. There's been a time or two when it has, but few and far between, so I'm like, okay. Nick, I love you, but I don't know if even you can save this, but I wanted to try regardless. I mean, basically, Nicolas Cage plays this, you know, badass cowboy, and he ends up killing somebody back in the day that may or may not have deserved it, right? Nicolas Cage was owed some money, he was pissed, he had a gun, what the fuck, man. So, he ends up killing the dude. Years later, he's a little bit more reformed, refined. You know, he has a wife, he has a little daughter, but old scores need to be settled, and well, the past comes back to haunt you in a big bad way, and indeed it does for him. And of course, can he save the day? Can he kill the bad guys? Can he save his wife and daughter? Well, you'll just have to watch the movie to find out, but I'm gonna be honest, don't bother. I'm just being real, man. It's not like it's a bad Western movie necessarily. It's just paint by numbers. You've seen this before, okay. This person doesn't kill this one individual, and then this one individual comes back for revenge years later. Oh, geez. Not like we haven't seen that one before, have we? Oh, yeah, we kind of have. Many, yeah, multiple times, actually. It's quite common. And this is yet another one of them. And yeah, Nicolas Cage has some cool sort of Western action moments, but outside of that, it's not really all that worth it at the end of the day. And it's like every single other Western movie you've seen, the good ones and the bad ones. This is just an average, alright movie. I mean, Nicolas Cage is trying his best to maybe spice it up a bit, but man, even he can't really do much with this material. I will give credit to one person, and that is Clint Howard. Clint Howard plays one of the bad minions in this movie of the main guy that's trying to kill Nicolas Cage, and he is living it up, dude. He's actually having a ball with this role. I really love him in it, man. He's cheesing up the joint, but he's so infectiously fun, dude. I really love him in this, man. It's just average, and it's just okay, and it's nothing special. And if you're going in here for Nicolas Cage, doing some crazy, wild Nicolas Cage nuttiness, well, I hate to break it to you, but you're not really gonna get it. The old way is just the same way that it's been done a time or two over and over again. Nothing new, nothing inventive, nothing interesting, just kind of mundane, average, revenge, cowboy western flick. And yeah, that doesn't really interest me. Sorry, Nick. I'd like to say you tried, but not really. It's time for the inspection. Oh yes, the DVD for $12.96. This wonderfully interesting, dramatic, intense movie that I got to watch on Amazon Prime. Actually, crazy enough, I did end up watching the trailer during one of the movies that I went to the theaters for, and I was really intrigued by it, wanted to check it out, and before I knew it, it came and went in the theaters like really fast. Like, I never even got a chance to watch the damn thing there, so I'm like, that kind of sucks. I'm like, I guess I gotta wait for Prime, which, hey, I eventually did, man. And the movie is about Ellis, that young man right there, and he is really running out of options in his life, and his mother has basically disowned him, and there's no friends to be had, and he is really practically living on the street at this point. And he figures the one way maybe he can figure out his situation is to enter into the army, and maybe that's his last best hope. And so that's what he does, and he gives it his all in trying to make that work, man, to do the best he possibly can. However, you know, sometimes it's not as easy as you might think. And the hurdle of, oh, by the way, being homosexual, especially when you're dealing with the army, doesn't help either. Yeah, you can kind of see where this is going, man. It's a very interesting character piece drama about a young gay man who is really trying to find himself and try to find his situation and make the better of it while trying to live up to his potential in the army. It's really incredibly well done, man. It's amazingly dramatic. The acting is fantastic. The directing is great. In fact, this is inspired by true events. The director of this movie, this is his life story. I'm not even kidding you, man. He actually directed his own story. Of course, the name's being changed and everything for dramatic effect, but the idea that this is him. Ellis is this director's life. This is who he is. And being gay and the difficulties of being in the army and basic training, and the fact that people around you not only hate you, but are actively and willingly wanting you to fail. That in itself is a powerful story, and they do a great job really just squeezing it for everything that it's worth, man. And it really is that well done, man. Very dramatic, very intense. I love the moments with the drill sergeant. I love the moments where his natural instincts of maybe liking someone could become very dangerous for him and life-threatening. And I love that stuff, man. It's so well done. The directing is spot on. The acting is amazing. I really love Jeremy Pope in here. I think that Gabrielle Union is great. Bokeem Woodbine, who plays the drill sergeant, he is intense. And dude, guy plays a great asshole in this. He's so fantastic, man. It really is. Is it a perfect movie? No. I mean, unfortunately, you don't get to know the characters as much as you want to, especially the character of Ellis. I would have liked to have seen flashback scenes of him as a young gay man living on the streets and the difficulties of his life and how he came to this point in his life. But you kind of figure out the pieces on your own as the movie goes along. But it would have been a nice little add-on, man. Regardless, it's still an incredibly tense movie, dramatic, very emotional, man. You are invested in this character. You're invested in whether he will rise or fall to the occasion. and all the complications in between that. It's intense. It's not easy in the Army. It's not easy in basic training. And you have to remember, this is not taking place during present day. This is taking place during the whole, don't ask, don't tell thing, and, trying to hide it behind people's backs, and not really being too gay, because if you are, then people will judge you the wrong way. I mean, man, it really is heightened as far as the dramatic sensibilities because of the time period. But then again, you could say it's the same thing even today. I mean, being a young gay man in society is not easy. This is not the first time that this story has been presented, and it probably won't be the last. But I really did like this movie, and I thought it was very well done and very well executed, and the director definitely deserves high watermarks to just taking the chance to tell their own story and really putting themselves out there. That's not an easy thing to do, but he definitely did. This movie is a winner in many ways. It might not be as well known as it should be, but if you're looking for a good, dramatic survival tale, this one definitely hits the mark. Fear the Mandrake. Whatever the hell that is. Oh, a Shudder original. Fan-fucking-tastic. The DVD for $9.96. Ah, yes. What are we ripping off this time, baby? Okay, look, I don't always hate on Shudder originals, but let's be real, man. They're usually aping off of better material out there. I mean, come on, you gotta admit it, right? Yeah, that's true, dude. Ooh, witchcraft and murder, anybody? Probation officer Kathy Madden is given the task of rehabilitating notorious killer Bloody Mary Laylaw back into society after 20 years in jail. Kathy has always believed that every client deserves a shot at redemption, but her beliefs are firmly tested when 2 children disappear near Bloody Mary's farm. Yeah, that theory of yours might be going out the fucking window. Oh, man. And since this is a horror movie, something tells me that Bloody Mary hasn't really changed her ways. Yeah, something tells me that indeed, man. I don't know, could be kind of a cool little witchcraft turned dark tale type of movie, man. I like this type of stuff, whether it's like The Witch. Oh, yes, I like that, man. Something really dark and ominous and twisted. Certain things that you don't see coming, and, some really dramatic turns. I like that type of stuff, man. This could be interesting. The idea of rehabilitating someone, the idea of them going back to their old ways, and you really have to recognize that and try to do your best to, yes, see the good in people, but also realize that some people are just not worth saving, and something tells me Bloody Mary is absolutely one of them. I like the cover, man. The cover looks really cool with like some sort of animal skull, weird headdress shit. It looks kind of cool, man, but as we all know, covers can lie like a motherfucker. It could be good, all things considered. Shudder, it kind of has a half and half sort of mentality. One half of the stuff that they come out with is actually not bad, and the other half is pure rip-off crap fest. It's not good sometimes, man, for Shudder, but at least they try. A little bit of witchcraft horror ain't half bad. Not sure I'm ultimately going to be interested in it, but if you're into some Bloody Mary love, Mandrake might be your jam. This movie is not wrong. The price we pay. I'm still trying to figure out the price I'll pay for my mental well-being after watching this piece of shit. Oh my god, the price we pay, the DVD for $12.96. Oh my god, man, of course. Straight to DVD extraordinaire Stephen Dorff and Emil Hirsch are back yet again. What? This is from the director of The Midnight Meat Train? Are you fucking kidding me? I like that movie. Oh, holy hell. Oh, how the mighty have fucking fallen. Sheesh. Oh, dude. Vengeance is a very expensive business. Yeah. I'm not sure about the expensive part, but hey, if you chintz out enough, you could get Emil Hirsch, so it is something, I suppose. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, I saw this on Amazon Prime. Why? I have no ungodly reason. Seriously, I don't, man. Because, quite honestly, I've seen enough straight to DVD Emil Hirsch movies to most likely stay away. But I continued because I'm a glutton for punishment, dude. I really am at this point. I just punish myself for the sake of it. And yet, here we are yet again. A hideout with no place to hide. Yeah, that's more like me when I was watching the movie. Fucking hell, dude. I mean, basically what this movie is about these robbers played by Emil Hirsch and Steven Dorff and this other guy who is Emil Hirsch's brother, and they're robbing this pawn shop. They end up taking this hostage, this girl along with them, and they're traveling to try to get away from the cops and the authorities. And once everything sort of cools down, they'll let her go, or at least that's what they say they will. But let me be honest, would you ever believe that face? Yeah, I doubt it. So they end up finally stopping at this farmhouse with this boy who's there. His grandfather's away. They kind of lie, manipulate the situation. Well, we need a place to stay, and our car broke down. Can we stay the night? And the teenage boy is very reluctant about it, but he says, okay, sure, you can take one of them, just be gone soon. And they're like, yeah, we will. So they hide out, and it's not until Grandpa comes home that things really get spicy, baby. And let me tell you something, dude. For the first half of this movie, alright, man, these people are bickering like a motherfucker. Well, we want to go, and we want to get out of here, and we want to get to freedom, and you're stealing our money, blah, 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 blah. And the other guy's like, well, if you want to, get caught, go right ahead, but if you want to hide out, man, you gotta trust me, blah, 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 blah. And they're just arguing back and forth, the same old crap bullshit over and over again, and the girl's like, let me go, please let me go, you don't understand. They're like, shut up. And I'm like, okay, oh my God, I really gotta deal with this. And then something happens, all right? Something I was not expecting, okay? They pull a From Dusk Till Dawn on this motherfucker, okay? Now, I'm not talking vampires, okay? I'm talking like one half of the movie is one thing, and then they completely switch it into another, dude. They, man, pulled a Texas switch in a big, bad motherfucking way. And damn, I did not see this shit coming, dude. It turned into a flat-out Texas Chainsaw Massacre ripoff. I'm not even kidding you, bro. I mean, seriously, the grandpa comes home. He ends up having this weird chick that the face is all messed up and kind of hunching back and kind of almost like Leatherface, just having a sex change. It's so weird, dude. And then the grandpa is like a scientist doctor that ends up taking organs out of undeserving people and giving them to people that deserve it. He's kind of like a bad guy dressed up as a good guy that ultimately is doing bad things. It's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets Dr. Jack Kevorkian. Oh, dude. It is so fucking weird and so fucking bizarre, and it doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, man. Like, at least it got kind of interesting, and the weirder it got, I was kind of more intrigued, but I was kind of baffled. I'm like, dude, this came out of fucking nowhere, dude. Where the fuck did this go? Dude, this pulled like a 180, like a motherfucker, man. My God, I did not see that coming. I'm like, this weird Leatherface looking chick is in the surgery room with him and petting the humans that he's gonna take the organs from, and suddenly playing with Emil Hirsch's body by cutting him up. And I'm like thinking to myself, when she started like taking him into his room, I'm like, Emil, buddy, look, I don't like y'all that much anymore, but I really feel for you. Okay, she is going to do things to your body that no man should ever have done. I don't care how many bad DVD flicks you've been in. Dude, nobody deserves that shit. I'm like, oh my God, what kind of sexual puppet is he going to turn into? Like, holy hell, man. I mean, they cut the dude's eyes out. Seriously. And then he's like a plaything for the female Leatherface. I'm like, oh my lord, man. I mean, not saying you deserve it, but yeah, maybe a wee bit. He's kind of your comeuppance for all these straight to DVD crap flicks, man. Good lord. And then it suddenly turns into this crazy survival flick where they're trying to stop the evil Jack Kevorkian scientist and the female Leatherface and the boy that's sort of caught in the crosshairs. He's the innocent one of the group. And it's like this movie took a wild left turn, man. Like these bitchy robbers suddenly meet up with the Texas Chainsaw Massacre family if you ordered it from Wish, and it got completely topsy-turvy, man. It got nutty in the weirdest way. I mean, I kind of appreciated the fact that it got odd and bizarre because at least it got somewhat interesting, and I at least appreciated that. And I like movies that take this sort of weird, crazy, wild turn, man. From Dusk Till Dawn is one of my favorites. I love The Devil's Den, Devon Sawa and Ken Foree. If you've never seen that movie, that's really great. I love that. So there's a lot of weird ones that kind of take that turn, but at least they're good movies to start with, right? I mean, they're not shitty, mundane, trying to be sort of dramatic action movies. They're actually good flicks with good characters, and they're funny and entertaining. This movie just started out bad, and then it got really weird, and it made no fucking sense, and kind of just got crappier, because I'm thinking to myself, wow, geez, this is what you can afford. A shitty looking female Leatherface and a Jack Kevorkian wannabe. Great, yeah, it's just what I needed in my life. Oh my god, man. Let me tell you something, dude. This movie is all over the place, man. And the weird thing about it is it's less than an hour and a half. With the credits and everything, it's like 80 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, dude. So literally half of the movie, you're like a half hour or 40 minutes into the movie, and then it switches. You don't get a chance to know anybody. You don't give a shit about anybody. They're all basically food for the family or unwitting organ donors. I mean, however you want to admit it, dude. But I just love the scientists like, well, you're not deserving of the body that you inhabit, and I'm going to take your organs and give them to people who deserve it, people who've been waiting for organs for a long time, and you will give me what I want. And I'm like, okay, well, they have at it, bro. I mean, you could have just looked at their driver's license and seen that they were a willing organ donor to begin with, but apparently you just didn't want to take the time. Cool, whatever. Oh my god, man. This is an odd one, dude. I gotta admit, I have seen enough straight to DVD crapfest to know better, but man, I don't think I've ever encountered something like this, dude. I mean, this took a crazy, unexpected motherfucking turn that nobody would have saw coming, man. And it is wild, dude. It is weird. But it's weird in like a so bad it's still bad type of deal. Yeah, it didn't quite save the movie. It kind of made it a little bit more interesting, but that's about all, man. We still have to deal with Emile Hirsch and Steven Dorff in this motherfucker. We still have to worry about the terrible acting and the over-the-top drama that's going on and all the bullshit action scenes and all of this supposed, like, crazy, wild gore moments that they really don't have in this flick outside of, like, Emile Hirsch's eyes basically getting hollowed out, which, by the way, I'm very happy to see. So, outside of that, yeah, I guess you could say it's an okay flick. I mean, at least it's kind of entertaining. Better than, like, Paradise City or Detective Night Redemption or Taurus or any number of fucking straight-to DVD shitfest, man. I mean, at least it offered something interesting. Can't say it was good, but at least it offered something different. Let's put it this way, okay? It was an hour and a half. It was relatively harmless, kind of. I mean, I'll have PTSD for years off of this shit, but I guess it'll just rack up more therapy bills. And on top of that, it was nice to see in lesser hands what the Texas Chainsaw family would look like if you ordered it off of Wish or Mercari or some shit like that. Great, wonderful. God, I miss you, Toby. Oh, I miss you, Hooper, like a motherfucker. Oh, Lord, man. The price we pay, well, you'll have a price, all right. Not sure you'll like it, but hey, if you're interested in weird Texas Chainsaw Massacre oddities, man, this one comes pretty goddamn close. Or Whistling Dixie, baby. More like Little Dixie. Oh yeah, Little Dixie, the DVD for $12.96. What is this? Huh. I mean, it's got Frank Grillo in it. And if it's got my man Frankie, it might be damn well worth it. Oh, it just might, man. I mean, come on, Frank Grillo, The Purge, played Crossbones, man, in the Marvel Universe. Dude's got my respect, man, just saying, and he's done a hell of a lot of great work. They took his daughter. He'll take his revenge. Wait a minute. Sounds like Taken? No, don't tell me you're aping off of Liam Neeson, Frank. Say it isn't so. Oh, let's see what this is about. Frank Grillo, Bird election here, of course, and Eric Dane star in this action-packed revenge thriller when a deal goes wrong between a corrupt governor and a ruthless drug lord. Ex-Special Forces operative Doc is caught in the crosshairs. Now, with his family in danger, Doc must take down the cartel and do whatever it takes to protect the one good thing in his life, his young daughter, Little Dixie. Oh, yeah. He'll be whistling Dixie for sure. You bet your ass, man. Okay, interesting. A little bit of espionage, action-packed revenge goodness, man. Ravenga, yes, of course. Come on, you know that Frank Grillo is gonna mess a lot of motherfuckers up. Why? Because he's Frank motherfucking Grillo. That's why, man. Of course, you know how this is all gonna turn out. Of course, he ends up getting in the crosshairs and getting blamed for all this stuff, and then eventually he finds the bad guys and kills them and then lives happily ever after with his daughter. Spoiler alert, I'm just speaking the truth, man, okay? I mean, these movies get made in a dime and a dozen. I mean, Liam Neeson makes them, and God, you see Gerard Butler making this shit all the time, so they're successful, so why not Frank Grillo, man? Dude, I love seeing badass Frank Grillo, even if it's a straight-to-DVD movie. I mean, just seeing him kick people's asses and shooting people, I mean, it's just satisfying. It really is, dude. I don't know how the movie is, but Frank Grillo killing a bunch of bad guys who deserve it, yeah, I can go with it. Oh, yes, that sounds like a great idea. Just have a fucking dinosaur as a pet. Yeah. Chalk that up to bad decision number 587, in Jurassic Pet 2. Not like we ever need a first film, but I guess we need a second one too? Why the fuck not, man? The DVD for $12.96. What the fuck? Oh, and if you were kind of hesitant about it, hesitant no more, because we got the Dove Love. Oh, yeah. Jeez. Just when we were doubting ourselves about this movie, the Dove logo just turned us right around, didn't it? Oh, man. Their friendship could save us all. Or kill us all, because they are meat eaters and they could kill a bunch of people on the planet and eat them and reproduce and take over the world. I'm just speaking the truth. Don't want to be a Debbie Downer or nothing. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Give me a break. God, look at this. My God, what if your best friend was a dinosaur? I'd start going and buying a lot more meat. At least then he might not eat my arm. Oh, shit. God damn, dude. I mean, really? I mean, it's okay, I guess, for the kiddies. I mean, they're cute pets, right? They're dinosaurs. Oh, they're cute. Look at the eyes. Oh, the little hands. Oh, man. Little do you know, you son of bitches. Oh, man, dude. Look, I can't say that I really hate this sort of like little kitty, dinosaur type movies, because I really like a movie called Prehysteria. Dude, a great full moon movie. It is so fucking awesome. I think like 1993, 94, something like that. I own the movie. I love it. It's just kind of weird and bizarre, but totally my jam, man. I don't know, maybe I have a cold dead heart now. Well, more than likely. But I don't know, dude, it just looked kind of cheesy as shit, man. cutesy dinosaurs being pets for the kiddies. Great. You know, look, Jurassic Park, this is not. And hell, I mean, I'm sure even Jurassic World Dominion is better than this. And man, that's saying something. Oh, that really is, dude. I mean, look, to be fair, it's for the kids, and if the kids have a good time with it, why the hell not, man? It's just not my jam anymore. Used to be back in the day, but now I'm just very skeptical of this shit. Of course I am. But then again, I like goofy shit anyways. I mean, I like Tammy and the T-Rex. So who am I to judge? I mean, seriously, man. It could be good, it could be bad. Then again, it could be a gigantic piece of shit. With the Dove logo, I'm betting one of them. Can you guess which one? Yeah, I bet you can, man. Well, hopefully the dinosaurs look cute, and hopefully they don't eat anybody. Because if they did, let me just tell you, I told you so. I told you so indeed, man. Great, one for the kiddies. All you parents out there, get ready, because that's the next phenomenon. No Tickle Me Elmos anymore. It's all about the cute dinosaurs that will eventually take over the earth and kill people. Great. Holiday stocking stuffers coming right up for you. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it indeed, man. But look at this. This is what I'm talking about. More physical media love. That is never a bad thing. Not too bad, dare I say. Oh, and we're not done yet, baby. Not even by a long shot, because, of course, we have to dive into the $5 bin. Man, look at this. This is a fucking mess, dude. My God, is this how your $5 bins are at Walmart? Man, try finding something in this god-awful mess. Dude, unless it's on the top. That's if you're lucky. Whew. Jeez, but actually, I did go through this, and I found something really interesting. Actually, a lot of things, because for $5, it's a good deal if you can find something sweet, especially if it's Steelbook love. Oh, yes, and I'm not even lying, dude. Look at some of this stuff, man. I mean, they have the Steelbook of Hunter Killer. They've got the Southpaw Steelbook, Hellboy with David Harbour. Man, they've got, what else did they find? They got Uncle Drew's Steelbook love. They've got the Steely for Kin, which is really fascinating. They've got the Hitman's Bodyguard, Divergent Steelbook. They've got Steelbooks for Valerian and, American Assassin. God, I love that movie, man. That's so cool. I don't have the Steely. That's rather tempting, man. And honestly, I didn't really love Valerian, but for $5 on Steelbook, that might be worth revisiting, dude. Weren't some of these Best Buy exclusives? Because I could have sworn some of them actually were, and now they're here in the Walmart $5 dump bin, man. That's fucking crazy. That is nuts, man. I mean, hey, just wait a while. You could find it at Walmart, shit, for $5. Why the hell not, dude? That's crazy. That's nuttiness, man. That's wild. I mean, they've got a lot of other stuff, a lot of DVDs, man. I mean, they've got the American Frontier trilogy. That was at Target not too long ago. Now it's here for $5. Oh, they've got Willy's Wonderland. That's an awesome Nick Cage flick. I mean, they've got Under Siege and Under Siege 2. Spoiler alert, you really only need to watch Under Siege because the part 2 is shit. I mean, damn, they got The Grudge, Mission Impossible, the Jaws 3 movie collection, and they've got a ton of stuff, dude. I mean, it's wild. I mean, just the fact of $5 for the Steelbooks, that's pretty goddamn sweet, man. I mean, how many places can you say have Steelbooks for $5? Not many, man. Not many at all. It is crazy insane, dude. I mean, some of these are really great movies, and to have them on Steelbook for $5, that's one hell of a deal. That's fucking amazing, awesome. I might actually pick up a couple of them, because honestly, for $5, it's really hard to resist. I mean, truly, really hard, man. Even if you don't like the movie, $5 to give it another chance on Steelbook form, that's pretty goddamn sweet, man. Not bad at all. Oof. I'm not going through it all, but to find some of the Steelbook love, that is definitely worth it, man. Not bad for Walmart this week, man. They've definitely got the goods. Even $5 Steelbook love, That definitely can't be beat. You got to admit that, man. Wow. Actually kind of impressed this week. Let's head out. Oh, I knew Walmart would be good, but this? Oh, it just goes to show how much influence I have in this place, huh? They definitely follow my lead. I doubt that one, man, but shit, I'll take what I can get, especially when it's this good, man. I mean, seriously, Walmart is delivering the physical media love. They are delivering the goods. They are doing their due diligence in a big bad way, and I absolutely appreciate it, baby. I mean, come on, the new release goodness, exclusives, indie love, and bizarro. I mean, that cannot be beat, and man, they just keep on hitting it out of the park. Hell, they even have those $5 Steelbook loves over there, man. I mean, that's pretty fucking awesome. Wow, dude. I mean, Walmart's just getting better every week, and it's fucking blowing my mind away, man. I mean, I'm loving it. I'm not complaining, trust me, because as long as it stays this good, oh, I will remain a very happy camper, and I know you will as well, man. This was pretty goddamn sweet. Showing all of the physical media love always makes me, you know. And I know it does for you as well, man. Seeing all the love at Walmart definitely gets me excited for all of the release goodness this week. But Walmart isn't the only thing. I mean, now we had a lot, but there is more. I like to hope there is. Hopefully the other stores will deliver, but let's go and search just a wee bit more. All right, everybody, we are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I gotta talk to you guys about something. Now, there is something in the world called respect. We're kind of lacking it a little bit, and what this movie theater does, I definitely approve. From NBC 12, new policy at Movieland will ban children 17 and under from showtimes after 7:30. I kind of like it. Oh, let's dive in, man. Richmond, Virginia. If you look forward to family movie nights with your children at the cinema, one location in Scott's Addition may get in the way of that. Movieland at Boulevard Square is rolling out a new curfew for kids under the age of 17. They won't be admitted to any showtime after 7:30 in the evening. The new policy, called 17 after 7:30, takes effect on Friday, March 3rd. Those under the age of 17 won't be able to buy tickets to any movie at or after 7:30, regardless of the rating. The owner of Bowtie Management, Joseph Masher, says this is in response to feedback from customers who wanted a more mature movie-going experience. Richmond is currently the only Bowtie Cinemas location with this new policy. It will be a more enjoyable movie-going experience for adults, so they can enjoy the show without having a family running around, kids running around, or getting up and down and all that kind of stuff. It's just more of a mature movie-going environment, and we think our guests deserve it, and they've asked for it. Masher oversees the theater operations and receives feedback from the guests. He says there were not any incidents that led to this decision. This is pretty wildly popular in cities all over the U.S., he said. On the other hand, several neighbors say the new policy is too extreme. I think 7:30 is a little early. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of high schoolers won't be able to go to the movie theater with their friends on a Friday or Saturday night anymore. Pushing it back to 9:30 or 10 o'clock seems a little bit more reasonable. Really? Are you a fucking boomer? I did think it was a little early, Richmond resident O'Neill Hagan said. To go on a hot date with your girl at 4:30 in the afternoon right after school might be a little challenging. Then again, if you are 16 or 17 and you're going on a hot date, there's something wrong. I'm just saying, man. Hagan says this new policy might put a damper on family movie nights. I think it's a little aggressive. If I was to take myself back to when I was 17 or younger, going to the movie theater on a Friday night, it wasn't before 7:30 or even at 7:30. That's dinner time, and then you go to the movie after. Bowtie Management says it will now schedule many family movies earlier on in the night to conform to the new policy. Some people might not like it, but guess what? I am all for that shit, baby. You have no idea how much of a fan I am of this policy, man. Okay, look. All right. I guess if you were to take me back to when I was, 15, 16, 17, yeah, I was going to some later movie showings, I guess, but also,
my mother was very strict, so I had to be home by a certain time and have dinner and relax and then go to bed. Yeah, my mother was like that, okay? And I think a lot of people's mothers and fathers were, man. So if I was going, yeah, I was going earlier, if anything, man. And at the same time, I also learned respect for people. And that's another thing that we're completely just losing here in the movie theater landscape, or what am I talking about, in any landscape? Because I'm sorry, when I go to the movie theater, for me, a movie theater experience is like going to church. And it's weird to say that, but it's kind of the truth, man, where I want peace and quiet. I don't want people on their cell phones. I don't want kids running around. I don't want people talking their fucking ears off. I just want to enjoy the movie, sit back and relax. How hard is that, man? And I have to admit, nowadays it's become increasingly hard, damn near impossible. Let me just put it this way. Me, John, and Van, we went to go see a screening recently of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, that horror slasher flick with Winnie the Pooh. And when we got in there, we got our seats, assigned seating, and we were sitting up top, and like 3 or 4 of these young people come in, and they're sitting right next to us. Not only are they talking their ears off constantly and on their cell phones, but they brought in a 2-year-old little girl who has those light up shoes. So every now and again, the shoes are lighting up, they're on their cell phones, they're talking constantly, they're making all sorts of noises. And we were pissed, man. We wanted to fucking rage like you wouldn't believe, man. And I just don't understand. First of all, bringing a 2-year-old into a horror movie makes no fucking sense in the world. But also the fact that, yes, you've paid your money, but guess what? So did I. I paid my fucking money too, and I want a good fucking experience in the movie theater. And people like those need to be fucking banned. Now, I'm not saying that every 15, 16, 14, 17-year-old, whatever, that they're like this. I'm not saying they all are. And it seems like, yes, they're being punished, but at the same time, look, I want a good experience at the end of the day, man. That's what I want. And so if it means that a few bad apples ruin it for everybody else, well, I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. Maybe everybody should learn a little bit of respect and consideration for others. I know, crazy fucking concept, right? But then again, you also say to yourself, well, wait a minute, Seth, what about the adults that are just doing the same goddamn thing? Are we going to ban adults too? And I get it. I understand it. There's a whole issue with that. You're not wrong, okay? But at the end of the day, we got to start somewhere, right? We got to start getting back to a certain amount of respect and understanding and actually being considerate of other people just than yourself. And I've been to the movie theaters enough times to know that we're losing that very rapidly, man. All I want is a good movie-going experience, and it's getting very hard to do that. And so if this is successful, I could see Regals, I could see AMC theaters doing this, because if it works and it's successful, it means it's a blueprint for actually getting back to actually enjoying the movie-going experience. I know. I'm crazy, right, guys? Let me know what you think about this. Do you think this is a good idea, or do you think we're going down a very tricky road where we're not quite sure how to quite handle this situation? Definitely let me know, guys. It is fascinating indeed, that's for sure. But, well, as far as Target goes, hopefully there is some good physical media. How about we go in and check it out?
All right, everybody, we are in at good old Target, and the new release love is flowing this week, baby. Oh, indeed it is. Oh, I'm loving it just by the looks of it. But let's dive in with a little bit of everyone's favorite pussy. Oh, Puss in Boots. We'll start with the Blu-ray DVD digital of the collector's edition for $24.99, the DVD for $19.99. They do have the trusty Blu-ray Digital 2 movie collection for $29.99, but, well, over here, we got a little bit of Target exclusive love. Yes, now 2 exclusives for good old Puss and Boots. The Blu-ray DVD Digital Collector's Edition for $26.99. Nice. I mean, pretty much it's the same artwork, nothing really different, except it comes with a 40-page filmmaker gallery booklet. You know how Target does it. Oh, yes, you do indeed, man. Not bad. Not too shabby, man. And not bad for the movie. In fact, I really love these type of movies that subvert the fairy tale genre, make fun of it, do different iterations of it. I like that sort of stuff, whether we're talking about the Disney movie Tangled, which was so great, or even live action stuff like Snow White and the Huntsman or Maleficent, which was so good, taking those tried and true standard fairy tales and just switching it up a bit. And I do like that, man. I really do. And Puss in Boots is really great when it comes to that. I mean, even the first movie with Humpty Dumpty and Jack and Jill. I mean, just that alone, just taking that and just slightly bending it to different expectations and making fun of it a little bit and taking the piss out of it. I like that. In fact, that's one of the things I really love about the Shrek movies in general. And I just love how they take these formulaic fairy tale journeys and put a unique spin on top of it, man. It's just kind of fun. And it sort of makes it a little bit more inventive, a little bit more creative, and it's worthwhile, dude. And I think the Shrek films are some of the best that do it. And I'm glad that Puss in Boots is in the same tradition as that. I mean, doing the whole thing with Goldilocks and the bears, or some of the more fairy tale like poems, and really twisting them into the narrative, and going into the forest, and you have to follow this map and with all the poems. And I just thought it was a really cool creative way to sort of take certain fairy tale ideas and not only weave them into the story successfully, but also kind of have a little bit of fun with them as well, man. Dude, I wish they would do more of that. I mean, I love the old school stuff. I love the Cinderellas and the Snow Whites and the Beauty and the Beast. And I love all those old school fairy tales, man. I still do to this day. Obviously the old school stuff with Jack and Jill and the Three Bears and all of it's just so classic and iconic. And that's never going to really end. However, every once in a while to kind of do something different ain't half bad either. Not too shabby, man. And Puss in Boots is one of the best of them. And damn glad to see this movie definitely not only in the same tradition as those other really great films, especially the Shrek ones, but still having fun with it, adding a unique spin on the humor, and making really charming and effective characters, and just having a really great fun time, not only for kids but adults as well. It's a certain amount of the nostalgia angle as well, right? I mean, if you're an adult, you know about the fairy tales, you know about the journeys of them and the stories and the characters, and just kind of seeing them make fun of it a little bit kind of just makes you have a little bit more extra fun with it, knowing it all and knowing how they're twisting and turning it, man. That's just me, dude, but I love that type of stuff, man. And maybe eventually we'll get more of it. I just wish we would, man. I wish Disney would kind of loosen up and do that a little bit more. They do on occasion, but not all the time. But DreamWorks, they definitely know what's up, man. Oh, they do. Puss in Boots, man, that feisty little kitty, he definitely knows how to have a good time, and I definitely appreciate it.
How will I know if he really loves me? I say a prayer with every heartbeat. The Blu-ray digital, if I wanna dance with somebody for $24.99.
Okay, it's not Whitney, but it's pretty damn close. Oh, yeah, I want to dance with somebody, man. The biopic Love. Just wish it was a hell of a lot better, man. And speaking of that, you could blame it on a lot of things. This is just an average, normal, paint by numbers biopic. However, I want to talk about casting for a second because, look, if you do your due diligence, if you get it right, then 80 to 90% of the job is done. It's completed because the actors are going to bring it to that next level. They're going to make it believable. You're actually going to believe they are these personalities, these personas. They're going to bring it to life in the best way possible. And that's where some of this movie fails, man, especially when it comes to the lead actress. Now, Naomi Ackie is the one that plays Whitney Houston, and I'm not saying that she's terrible necessarily, because she's not, but she's no Whitney Houston, and that's the big problem, because Naomi Ackie is a beautiful woman, don't get me wrong, but Whitney Houston is on the next level. She was beauty personified. She was gloriously gorgeous, okay? And Naomi Ackie just doesn't really have that. And on top of that, they really did nothing to actually make her look like Whitney Houston. Seriously. There is zero resemblance to Whitney Houston at all, and that kind of took me out of it as well. There wasn't even an attempt to try to do that, and that's a damn shame. But that's part of the problem, though. We have so much footage of Whitney Houston and her performances and everything that she did, and the fact that the filmmakers couldn't get that right and couldn't find somebody that at least somewhat kind of looked like Whitney Houston, or at least attempted to use prosthetics or something or other. It kind of takes you out of it. It really does. And look, that's one of the biggest things when it comes to a biopic, right? Because it's not like you're inhabiting a fictional character. You're inhabiting a real life human being that was on this earth. Okay, that there's many hours of footage, and so to just kind of ignore that is kind of a big fucking issue, man. Despite what you might think of some of these biopics, you have to say that that's numero uno to get right. Look at Bohemian Rhapsody. Dude, Rami Malek looked like Freddie Mercury. Look at Elvis. Austin Butler looked like Presley. He did a great job. Even Taron Egerton, think about this. They went out of their way to make you believe that he was Elton John. There is an art to the trickery of fooling people into believing that those icons are right in front of you on the big screen, man. That is not easy to pull off, but if you do, that is half the battle. And this movie just didn't do that, but that's really just a half of it, though, if you really think about it, because you need an actor that's going to inhabit the role good enough where it makes you believe regardless that you are seeing that icon, that legendary status on the screen, even if they don't really look like the actual human being. Look at someone like Angela Bassett, right, playing Tina Turner. She didn't exactly look like her, but the performance was so good that you forgot it. Or La Bamba. Lou Diamond Phillips playing Richie Valens. He didn't exactly look like the guy ultimately, but the performance was so good. Walk the Line, Joaquin Phoenix playing Johnny Cash. Didn't entirely look like him, but he inhabited it so well that you just bought into it, man. Those are actors that really can pull off that really great performance that you just are immersed in it and you forget about it and you just go with it. And Naomi Ackie, even though she's a decent actress, she wasn't believable as Whitney Houston, man. You needed somebody on the next level, and she just didn't give that performance, man. And ultimately, it really crushed this movie when the lead actress is not as good as everybody else and you can't buy into it. Man, you're already starting off kind of way behind, man, and that's a big fault of this movie. I mean, they were going to make a Madonna biopic, right? They're not doing it right now, but they were going to, and they had cast this actress, and man, if you had looked at her, she was a dead ringer for Madonna. I mean, seriously. I don't know about the chick's acting skills necessarily, but man, she looked amazingly, like, so similar to Madonna. You're like, dude, I would have believed that in a heartbeat. And if you look really quickly, you would have thought that was Madonna. And that's what I'm talking about. Even the Aretha Franklin biopic, Respect. Yeah, Jennifer Hudson didn't exactly look like Aretha Franklin 100%, but the performance was so good you bought into it. And that's the biggest thing. I mean, Whitney Houston has an extraordinary life, but if you don't get the right actress, and if you don't make the audience believe that you're seeing the icon front and center, then the believability has gone right out the window. And that's why casting is so important. We put such emphasis on these actors and their acting ability because they have to sell us on the fact that whatever they're doing, whether it's a horror flick or being in World War II or in a Western or in a comic book movie, you name it, you have to buy into that world and those characters and their dilemmas and the situations and their personas. You have to make an audience believe in it. And if you get the wrong actor in a certain role, then that believability just absolutely goes down the shitter, man. And that is the problem with this movie. I mean, yeah, you can be standard and average and hit all of the same biopic bullet points that everybody else does. Okay, fine. But you can still have an amazing movie with the right performance. And this just didn't do it. Yeah, average, but with just an average performance, an average biopic turns into a mundane one. Sad, because Whitney Houston deserves a hell of a lot better, and this movie just didn't give it to her.
Nicolas Cage is living that Western life in the old way. Yes.
Blu-ray digital for $17.99. Ah, good old Western love. I just wish it was kind of better. Yeah, I kind of do, man. I mean, you gotta understand something. And yes, I've been hating on a lot of these modern day Westerns over the years, doing these videos. And I'm sure a lot of you guys are thinking to yourself, dude, why do you hate Westerns so much? And to be honest with you, I don't really hate Westerns. You gotta really remember this. I grew up with the John Wayne movies, the Clint Eastwood flicks, Gary Cooper in High Noon. Those were my jams. And to be honest with you, it's hard for these movies to really stack up to that legendary status of those movies. Those movies are classics at this point, and no movie can really live up to those. And I kind of feel like we're just doing the same thing with Westerns over and over again. It's kind of a stale genre at this point. It's not completely unsalvageable because there is some really good stuff to come out every now and again, like 310 to Yuma. That remake was amazing. But it kind of feels like we're just spinning our wheels over and over again. This movie has some interesting actors in it. They're trying, Nicolas Cage, Clint Howard, etc. But I don't know, it's just your basic revenge tale, and we've seen that so many times in Westerns before, and it just kind of gets old after a while. You need to spice it up. You need to mix horror with Westerns, or some sort of weird like sci-fi with Westerns or something. You need to mash up the genres in order to make it fresh, like something like Bone Tomahawk. Man, Bone Tomahawk was an amazing Western, man. And it added that horror element into it, which really sort of livened it up a bit, man. You need to do that nowadays because, yeah, Nicolas Cage is trying, but he's not like crazy, wild, ridiculous Nicolas Cage where you can at least be entertained by it. It's just the same old stuff, man, which is not bad if you really like Westerns, but you could just be watching the old school classics and they're so much better, man. Just the honest truth. I just want something that really excites me with the genre again. And Westerns, there's a reason why, yes, they're classic, but that they've kind of haven't really reinvigorated themselves the way that other genres have, because there's just so many times that you can make a Western movie intriguing, and they've done it with so many of the old school movies, and unless you really have some great talent behind it, like a Clint Eastwood and like an old school John Wayne from back in the day, it's hard to make it interesting and unique and thrilling. It's possible. I mean, look at Sam Raimi. He did The Quick and the Dead, which I thought was really phenomenal, and I love that movie, but that's few and far between. I love, as an old school movie fan, the Western genre, but if they don't liven it up a little bit more, can't say I'll be watching many of them. You tried, Nicolas Cage, you really did, but it's just average, okay, not really all that thrilling, and just the same old thing I've seen all over again. Nicolas Cage, yeah, I hate to say it, you're no Clint Eastwood, and you're certainly no John Wayne.
Courage, honor, pride, everything that makes a Marine in The Inspection, the DVD for $15.99.
Ooh, what a dramatic and very bold movie. As I said earlier, man, this is a really fantastic film. And the interesting thing is the journey that he goes through in basic training. Basic training can be a bitch. I've never done it. It's probably not something for me, but I give anybody, and I seriously mean this, anyone credit for going through that, because it is grueling. It is a test of strength, a test of your will, a test of your mind. It is a lot of things, and if you can get through it successfully, boy, that is one huge hurdle in life that you have gotten through. And for this man, even more so, put it that way, dude. But I was thinking about this. I'm like, what are some really good basic training movies? Movies that focus on the concept of basic training, the difficulties, the proud moments, the struggles. What is it like through basic training? And certain movies do that better than others. And there's actually quite a lot of them. There's Jarhead, Heartbreak Ridge, Tigerland. But if you want to go a little bit more comedic bend, you got Biloxi Blues, Private Benjamin, Stripes. Ah, yes, the Bill Murray classic, baby. Oh, I love that movie so much, man. That is some funny ass shit. So there are movies out there that take the piss out of basic training just a wee bit. But there's also even more serious ones, some real great classics, like An Officer and a Gentleman, G.I. Jane, ooh, badass Demi Moore. Oh, that's definitely my jam. Oh, it truly is, man. I love that. But I think my favorite, or at least to me, my favorite basic training movie has to be Full Metal Jacket. Yes, the Stanley Kubrick classic, baby. Never truly goes out of style. That is an intense movie. Arlie Ermy playing the drill sergeant. That is some terrifying shit, man. If I was in basic training and I got that guy, man, I'd piss my pants. Oh, dude. Wow. And ever since that movie, he's always been playing a variation of that role, right? I remember seeing him in The Frighteners, and I'm like, dude, he's just playing the guy from Full Metal Jacket. Like, he just keeps on doing it over and over again. But hey, you know, whatever works, right, man? But there's so many really great basic training movies, and yet it really is a grueling process to get through it, regardless of whether you find the comedy in it or the more intense moments of it. But what this guy goes through is truly heartbreaking, and the sad fact of it is this is not a rarity, it's the norm, and that's a hard pill to swallow, but it's the truth, man. There are a lot of LGBTQ plus community youth out there that sadly have nowhere else to turn. Their family has disowned them. They want nothing to do with them, no acknowledgement whatsoever. They're on the streets, they get into drugs, criminal activity, and they just go down the bottom of the barrel. And some don't even consider the Army or the Marines or the Air Force, anything like that. They don't even consider that an option. It's not even part of the plan to them. And for others, I hate to say it, but they just don't ever want to get out of their circumstances. They're so used to being on the street and living this life that anything else they're kind of scared by. And it ain't getting any better, folks. It's only getting worse, all right? And I give this guy credit for breaking out of this trend that was going to get him either put in jail or killed. And he went another road. Was it a tough road? Yeah. Was it grueling? Yes. Was it heartbreaking and broke him mentally and physically? Yes, it did. But he came out on the other end better for it. And sometimes you got to go through a lot of grueling and difficult stuff to see through the other end in a better and positive way. And this guy did that, and I give him all the credit in the world. It's a sad reality that we're living in, and it's a sad fact. And there's no right or wrong way to truly get this right or make it better. People have to do things on their own. They have to get better by themselves. They have to take that step. And if they're not willing to do that, it's hard to help them. This guy did that, and God bless his heart for it, man. Basic training is not easy. Going through the military or the army is never easy. It will test every fiber of your well-being, your mental endurance, your stamina. You will question everything about who you are and what you are, your purpose on this world, if you even belong. And if you're homosexual, it's even worse, especially back in the day. And the fact that this guy was able to endure it all and come out the other end a better person, that is truly uplifting, man. It really is. And look, the Army and the basic training aspect to it, maybe it is the last option for some people. It is. I mean, truly, some people go through all the other thoughts in their head before they ever get to that stage, man. And this guy definitely did that. But you know, if you can be a better person at the end of the day from this experience, regardless of who you are, then I think it's worth it, man. Movies like this don't come around very often because these tales aren't always told. But when they are, they deserve to be seen. And this one, it definitely does.
Get ready to run the bases with Running the Bases. Oh, yes, of course.
Target has to have the faith-based love. Man, is that mostly Walmart's deal? Apparently not anymore. The DVD for $12.99, man. And you know what? Look, I am a huge fan of baseball movies. I mean, come on. Major League, Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, 61, The Scout, The Sandlot. I mean, I could go on and on and on. For the Love of the Game and so many more. It's such a really great genre, sports genre when it comes to movies, man. But what all of those films have in common, if you really want to break it down, is the fact that they have really great characters, charming, really infectious personalities, and in some ways, that's what makes the movie really great. Yeah, the story is really good, but, you know, hanging out with those characters and spending time and the hijinks of it and everything and the drama, like The Natural or Cobb, man, those stories of really great baseball players and the triumphs and the struggles that they have. I mean, it's such inspirational stories and just really wonderful character moments that really just bring you in. I don't care whether it's faith-based or not. As long as it's a good story with good characters, that's what I really give a shit about, man, at the end of the day. Look, I don't know how this movie is. Good, bad, indifferent. The faith-based stuff kind of takes me a little bit out of it, but if it's a good story, then I'm on board, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Baseball or no, if you end up making a good movie, people will see it. If you build it, they will come, and if you make a good baseball movie, people will definitely love it. me included. The faith-based stuff, however, that's another matter, though. Just saying. The war needs a few good men, and they found them in Devotion, the Blu-ray digital for $19.99. Ah, yes. Good old fighter pilot love. Indeed, man. And I kind of want to talk about the acting here. Just how I talked about it with I Want to Dance with Somebody. I need to kind of talk about it here as well, because actors are responsible for making us believe the impossible is possible. The extraordinary is right in front of our eyes. And for the most part, they do succeed. And these actors, some of them do, but when you are an older, seasoned actor, like a Denzel, an Ethan Hawke, Sylvester Stallone, Nicolas motherfucking Cage, you get a lot of chances, especially that you've been in Hollywood for quite a long time, you've had enough hits, and you've proven yourself a time or two. But when you are a younger actor, the opportunities are not as much there as you might think. You get a few opportunities to really shine, to really make an impact, and if you do, you go far, and if you don't, man, you're looking at failure pretty goddamn fast, man. And when I look at Devotion, I see two ends of the spectrum. I see Jonathan Majors and I see Glenn Powell, right? And let me tell you something. Yes, the movie is a little bit mundane, kind of boring, not spectacular like I was hoping for, but Jonathan Majors, man, he fucking hit it out of the park. This guy has talent for days on end, and it shows in this movie, man. He has some incredibly powerful scenes just by himself, even looking in a mirror and just pretending to hate on himself. I mean, my God, man, it's riveting. It truly is, dude. And yeah, the movie didn't do really well at the box office, but man, people left this movie saying Jonathan Majors pretty goddamn fucking solid, man. And he's proven himself even more as Kang, and of course Creed 3, you name it, right? And so he has a longevity. He might not always have every movie be box office gold, but the performances that he gives are so good that people are like, okay, man, we're going to give him so many chances because dude's got the talent. But then I look at Glenn Powell, and that's where I get a little bit iffy on the guy, because where Jonathan Majors has the talent, Glenn Powell, I don't know, really. I mean, I loved him in Top Gun Maverick, but it was such a small side role, not crazy significant. You could have put anyone in there playing that pompous prick aspect to the character, and it would have been fine. Yeah, he brought a little bit more to it, but how much more, really? And it's not like the film lived or died by his performance, right? That was mostly on Miles Teller and Tom Cruise and the action scenes, you name it, right? He was a very, very small part of it all. And yet now, in Devotion, he's a bigger piece of the puzzle, right? He's now one of the prime lead actors in this movie. He has to help carry the film for the 2+ hours. And he doesn't really do that. He's kind of milquetoast and not all that interesting. And when you put him side by side with Jonathan Majors, man, the dude smokes him every time, and that's not good, man. So I don't know how long Glenn Powell has to really prove himself. Jonathan Majors has already done it and will continue to do it, but Glenn Powell, you know, good in Top Gun Maverick, not essential, kind of lackluster in Devotion. He's gonna keep on trying. I heard that he wants to make a Captain Planet movie because that's still a thing, I think. I mean, is it really though? I mean, seriously, man. I know no one who is even bringing up Captain Planet in even casual conversation, man. Like, that is a major thing of the past. I remember Captain Planet, but, like, dude, I'm one of not many. Okay, that is like nostalgia forgotten that really should probably kind of stay in the past. I mean, if you do a good approach to it, maybe it might work. I mean, have at it. I mean, if they're making a Barbie movie, I guess eventually they'll make a Captain Planet movie. Oh, man, we're living in crazy times, man. We sure are. I mean, look, this movie has its ups and downs, its highs and lows, and that includes the acting. And when you are a young actor, there is only a very few amount of chances to really shine and break out of the norm, out of the straight to DVD Blu-ray territory that so many actors end up actually going down that very treacherous road, man. And I'm not saying Glenn Powell is there, far from it, but if he doesn't get his act together and up his game, he may be heading there sooner rather than later. Trust me, there's a lot of actors that'll welcome you to the crowd, Glenn. But Jonathan Majors, I think he has a bright future. Maybe Glenn Powell does. I guess we'll just wait and see. As far as this movie goes, well, it's a tale of two acting talents. And which one will win out in the end, Lord only knows. Hold on a second. Do my eyes deceive me? Ooh, could it be? Oh, Shout Factory. Love the 4K Shout Factory goodness of Dragonheart. Oh, wow, for $32.99. Damn. That is pretty goddamn sweet. The Target has it. That's pretty awesome, man. Dennis Quaid, David Thula, Sean Connery. Yes. Oh, man. Wow, this is a blast from the past. God, I haven't watched this movie in 25, 30 years. Oh my lord, man. It's been a long ass time since I've watched this movie, dude, and I really want to watch it again, man. Seeing this 4K gives me all kinds of goosebumps, man. I want to dive into this badly, dude. I remember this being a really fun, adventurous, thrilling movie with great heart and humor to it. I really dug this. I love Dennis Quaid here. Sean Connery as the voice of the dragon is awesome. And I like the fact that they're kind of conning every village that they go to. He is supposed to slay the dragon, and then he's in cahoots with the dragon, so the dragon gets slayed, but not really. And then they go to the next town and con them for money. But then they really have to go up against a king that has connections with Draco and could be unstoppable. Oh, yes. God, it's so good, man. It's just got that really great sword, sorcery, epic adventure vibe to it that I've always appreciated, man, and I really like this. I mean, yeah, it was in the 90s, and you gotta remember, the CGI isn't bad, but it's not great. I mean, you know, early CGI, folks, it can't all be Jurassic Park. But it's still really fun. I love the characters, and I love the adventure aspect, and I love the journey of the characters. It's so well done and so well made, and man, it is really one of the best sword and sorcery epics in like a long time, man. For the 90s, there wasn't many of them, but Dragonheart is definitely one of the best. That is for damn sure, man. Wow, Shout Factory love at Target. That is a pure treat. But you know what's even sweeter? A little bit of Shout Factory Steely Love, yes. Oh, for Kubo and the Box Trolls 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray Steelbook copies. That is definitely a treat too. So wait a minute, you're telling me that not only do they have the 4K upgrade Dragon Fantasy goodness, but the Steely Love as well? Ooh, this is quite the surprise here at good old Target, man. Nice. I knew that these were coming out from Shout Factory. You know, you look up all the new releases and everything, and you can see, like, wait a minute. They're coming out with animated movies on Steelbook? Ooh. Shout Factory knows what us collectors love. Oh, they do indeed, man. Now, these are Leica Entertainment animated films. Bach Trolls, Kubo. There's also one for Coraline that is supposed to be here, but it's not here. Also, Paranorman as well. All Leica Entertainment movies that apparently Shout Factory acquired, which, hey, steelbook form. And look, these steelbooks are mighty sweet looking. I mean, come on, you've got to admit that, man. Pretty tasty indeed. And actually, the movies are really good as well. I mean, in all seriousness, they are high quality children's entertainment movies. And the weird thing about it is that I kind of feel like they've been overlooked by the marketplace. I mean, some have a little bit more following than others, like Coraline definitely does, and I would say Paranorman does. Kubo a little bit as well. Certainly not the Box Trolls, but the Box Trolls is just as good. I kind of feel like Leica Entertainment does a lot of really great, unique animated movies, and with the marketplace flooded as much as it is, DreamWorks and Disney and Illumination and Lord knows how many other companies that are out there doing stuff like this, if you're not really like stand out right in kids' faces and it's the most popular thing in the world, then most likely you're not getting noticed. And I kind of feel like Leica Entertainment, even though they do high quality work, I mean really good stuff. Kubo's great. Coraline is awesome. Love Paranorman, man. I mean, those are great movies, but again, they kind of got overshadowed by more poppier stuff that is out there. I mean, it's still really great movies. The animation is gorgeous. I love the story. The characters are really engaging, and I love the journeys that these characters go on and the messages within the films. So fantastic. I'm kind of hoping now with these steelbooks, I'm hoping that maybe in the future people find these movies more. They get more of an audience and a crowd really appreciating them and loving them because they are really just that damn good, man. I mean, Leica Entertainment will never equal Disney. Doubt it will ever equal Illumination or even DreamWorks, let's be fair, man. But these movies deserve to get just as much notice as any of them do, man. And now being in a retail store with the steelbook love, $27.99, a little bit high priced, but for 4K steelbook goodness, that is kind of hard to beat. I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, I'm kind of an animated lover from time to time. Not always, not as much as I used to be, but Leica Entertainment is a company that is definitely one to look out for. Their movies are incredible. The stories are great, incredibly relatable. And, oh, by the way, for a collector, the steelbook love, well, that certainly doesn't hurt. Yo, Adrian! Oh, come on. I couldn't resist. I totally had to do it. Oh, man. The 4K Ultra HD Digital of the Rocky Knockout Collection for $69.99, man. $70 for all Rocky goodness you can handle. Well, almost all of the Rocky goodness you can handle, put it that way, man. But to see Rocky in 4K, that is pretty goddamn sweet indeed, man. And dude, I love the Rocky franchise. As someone who is a movie lover of all the genres pretty much, Rocky is a classic. It is a must watch. In fact, dare I say, all of the Rocky movies to one degree or another are must watches, man. It's just the great underdog story that just never goes out of style, and in this great sort of comeback kid tale, it's even better. I love Sylvester Stallone in here. I love the idea of this guy who's not the smartest tool in the shed, but really has a lot of heart and ambition, and the fact that he goes the distance with this really world famous boxer, and the fact that he gains notice from that and then gets a second shot at it and wins, man. And the idea of the ups and downs of his life, the highs of the boxing world, to the lows of the struggles of dealing with fame and the issues of defending your honor. I mean, there's so much stuff in these Rocky movies, man. It's stuffed with so much great story goodness, and I love it, man. Sylvester Stallone is gold as Rocky. I love the characters like Mickey. Oh my God, Mickey, are you kidding me? There's nobody like the Mick. I mean, even Paulie. Oh man, come on, dude. I mean, I think it was Rocky 3 or 4 with Paulie and the sex robot or some shit. What the fuck was that? That was some weird shit, man. But it's so great. I mean, and Adrian. I mean, Rocky is one thing, but Adrian is sort of like his heart, his balance to life. Without her, where would Rocky be, man? And I just love their love stories so much. It's such a wonderful series of movies. It really is. And I grew up on them. I've watched them constantly, whether it was on VHS, on DVD, on Blu-ray. Man, I have definitely been with Rocky through the years, through his struggles and his achievements and his triumphs. And man, do I love this story. And Rocky, I don't care that, it's fictional. I don't care that it's not real. To me, he's one of the best boxers of all time, baby. Oh, indeed he is. I mean, come on. He faced off against Mr. D, Hulk Hogan, the Russian. I will break you. Oh, you bet your ass he will. Oh, man, he is so great. Dude, he's had some battles. He's come out on top every damn time. Oh, man. And in the 4K love, that has to be a damn fine, sweet affair. Ooh, to get in the ring with Rocky again, 4K style, that sounds pretty goddamn sweet. But I'm gonna say something. I'm a little miffed, just a wee bit here, because this is supposed to be the Knockout Collection. You got Rocky, love it. Rocky 2, fantastic sequel, no doubt about it. Rocky 3, which is a solid film, let's be fair. Rocky 4, which, come on. I mean, if we're being real, other than the first film, Rocky 4 might be the best in the series. I mean, come on. America versus Russia, the match, it's so well done, dude. But where's Rocky 5? And I know what you guys are thinking. You're like, wait a minute, Seth. Really? You want Rocky 5 in this sumbitch? Okay, yes, I do, okay? I know it's the least of the franchise. I know that it's not really all that popular. But I actually kind of like Rocky 5. I like the story of his apprentice, Tommy Gunn, and how Tommy Gunn turns on him and he's got to fight him on the streets. Like, I like that shit, man. I actually think it's really fun, incredibly entertaining. Yeah, kind of cheesy and ridiculous, but then again, there is moments in the Rocky franchise that it is kind of like that. Not trying to defend Rocky 5 too much, because trust me, it is kind of a train wreck. But it is an entertaining one, put it that way. And it is part of the series regardless. You'd like to have it in the set, just saying, man. And not only that, but where's Rocky Balboa? Where is the 6th film in the series, man? That's not even here either. And I do really like Rocky Balboa. That is a really solid film, man. And to not have that in here as well, that's a crime. So this is not really a complete Rocky set. I mean, it's got 4 really great movies, but it's not a complete set whatsoever. Not even close, man. I mean, I get it why they're putting it out now with obviously the new Creed film coming out. It makes a lot of sense, but I would have wanted a true, complete Rocky collection set, man. Maybe one of these days I will. Hey, this will not be the first time that the Rocky series will be having its day in 4K. Trust me, there will be other editions. And when that day comes, when all of them are in a set together, that's the day that I'll buy it, man. It's a great collection set. If you've never seen Rocky, you have to. If you are any sort of movie fan whatsoever, it is required viewing. In fact, all of the movies are. Even the Tommy Gunn Part 5 one. Come on, I know there's a lot of haters, but there's got to be some lovers out there, and that includes me, man. It really is a great, great series full of amazing boxing sequences, unique acting personalities, and a hell of a lot of heart, man. Man, the Rocky franchise never truly dies, and I'm damn glad for it, man, because let's be real, the classics never truly go out of style whatsoever, and Rocky is definitely one of them. Iconic character status, this character is gonna last a lifetime, and more physical media iterations, yeah, I think this legend definitely deserves it. In these streets, King Kong ain't got nothing on his ass. Oh, you bet your ass it don't. A 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray Digital of Training Day. Nice. $24.99. Oh, man. God damn, do I love this fucking movie. This is great. Dude, this is just an awesome film all around. Action, the acting, the thrills, the drama, the danger. It is so excellently well done in every single aspect, man. I remember watching this for the first time in the movie theater, and I knew it was probably going to be good because of Denzel, right, man? Denzel brings it every single fucking time, man. His performances, most of the time, like 99.9% of the time, are absolutely rock solid. So I'm like, okay, I know he's going to bring it. Ethan Hawke, okay, was he going to bring it or not? He absolutely did. But man, the grittiness and the danger, the unexpected twists and turns that you never see coming. I mean, because you know he's dirty, man, but damn, you didn't think he'd be that dirty. Dude, I don't care how hard you scrub, man, that ain't never coming off, man. Damn, you just one stone cold motherfucker, aren't you, man? Ooh, you really are, dude. And just the mean streets of patrolling and the idea of being a cop, and at every turn you're sacrificing your life or you're sacrificing somebody else for your own life, man. I mean, it's kill or be killed in these streets, and Denzel is trying to teach this young rookie, but at the same time, man, the way he's doing it though, ooh, man, that's some crooked shit. It really is, man. I loved it. I thought it was excellently just well done. Even the acting by Antoine Fuqua, who did the Equalizer films and so much more, man. He's such a great filmmaker, man. Everything just came together in this perfect moment. And man, it has stood the test of time. It is such a wonderful film that is still gritty and hard-hitting to this day and so fucking entertaining. Man, I love movies like this, dude. I really do. This definitely deserves the 4K love in a big bad way, man. It truly, truly does. This is another one, just like the Rocky series, where it's a must-watch for any movie lover out there, man. Just for Denzel's performance alone, God, it's so goddamn good, man. It really is. And the final confrontation between Ethan Hawke and Denzel, the shootouts and everything, man, that is some gripping shit. It really is that good, dude. Man, if you love this movie, get on it. And if you haven't watched it yet, man, what the fuck are you waiting for? Seriously, it's just that damn good, man. So awesome. And oh, by the way, so awesome is the physical media love at Target. Damn, that is sweet. Look at this. Amazing. Man, amazing so far, but is there anything else? Oh, yes, we do. Oh, nice. Look at this. This is interesting. Some new slipcover love, double pack editions. I haven't seen this stuff in a long while over here at Target, so this is kind of unique to me, man. I mean, just this alone. John Wick. I'm thinking I'm back, baby. Oh, he definitely is, with new slipcover love. For the first, second, and third films, all for $9.99. Target exclusive Slippy Love. Oh, that ain't a bad thing. And this is cool. I mean, seriously, you gotta admit, man. I mean, it's the dogs of all three films. That's cool. As a dog lover, man, that's pretty kick-ass. I mean, it's the same editions, right? It's the same Blu-ray edition, so it's not like they're like new updated editions of the physical media. It's just the same editions with new slipcovers. And yeah, we see it all the time at Target, and we've seen it here before and all the other places, Best Buy, you name it. But I really like these slipcovers, man. There's something about it that is really just wickedly entertaining. Just seeing the dogs. I mean, come on. That dog alone started the whole franchise, baby. It really did. Oh, that's so great. I love that. Oh, this is a great one for John Wick Chapter 2. Oh, that's so cool. Damn. Oh, and these, man, these were badass dogs in the third film. Dude, that's pretty cool. You've got to admit, man, with like the color scheme and the dogs and, you know, the numbers and everything, that's fucking cool, dude. Like, usually I'm not that big into new slip covers on older editions. I mean, I love showing them off, but it's kind of a gimmick. And these are definitely gimmicky too, but these are pretty cool, man. These are cool slippy loves. And it's pretty goddamn tempting. I ain't gonna lie, man. And of course, it's promotion because John Wick Chapter 4 is right around the corner. Oh man, dude, I am so looking forward to John Wick Chapter 4, man. I really am. I'm hoping beyond hope that it's really good. Let's hope indeed, man. But these slippies, they're pretty goddamn tempting. Ooh, they are, man. I mean, hell, they even have the old school triple feature 3 DVD set for Scream, man. Damn, for $17.99. Scream, Scream 2, and Scream 3. And oh, by the way, they have these because yet another Scream movie is coming out. Scream 6. My God, man. Who'd have thought that in 1996, when the first Scream came out, that we'd be now 6 films deep into this franchise? I don't think anyone really thought of that, man. I love the first 3 Scream movies. I do. The fourth is not bad. It has its moments. Scream 5, man, I really don't like Scream 5. And so I'm hesitant about Scream 6. I really am. It's from the same people that did Scream 5. So I'm like, oh, God, but the trailer is good. And so it's going to get me back into the movie theater. But the trilogy is definitely more my jam. Just saying, dude. Not bad. They've got that. They've also got the Blu-ray of Shazam for $13. And of course, the new Shazam movie is right around the corner as well. So why not remind people of the movie? Why the hell not, man? Look, I like Shazam. I actually think it's not a bad movie. I have to revisit it soon to get ready for the next flick, but it's not bad. Is it sort of the lesser DC universe? Yeah, perhaps, but I thought it was fun. Very childlike, love the humor, incredibly entertaining. I thought Zachary Levi was perfect as Shazam, man. So I just hope the next film is really good. I hope that they have fun with it. I hope that it's a little kitschy and B-movie ridiculous like this film. The trailers seem a little bit formulaic. It seems sort of, you know, your standard superhero flick, and I think Shazam should be a little bit different. Yeah, I kind of do, man. Let's hope it's not your standard one. Let's hope it's something a little bit more special like the first film. Let's hope indeed, man. I mean, they've got that. They've also got, the Creed love. Creed and Creed 2. Actually $7.50 for the Blu-ray of Creed and $9.99 for Creed 2. Not bad prices, man. And honestly, I don't have either of these films on physical media, man. I don't have either of them, and I really do like the films. I might eventually have to pick these up, but I do kind of want to wait because isn't eventually there going to be like a big Creed box set? That's the one thing I'm thinking. I'm like, dude, if I buy these now and later on there's going to be a really great Creed box set, man, I'm going to be pissed. I really am, dude. And look, I love these films. I love that they continue to explore the Rocky franchise and continue to update it for a modern audience. And they're just so good, man. I mean, Michael B. Jordan is great as Creed. I love Stallone in these flicks. It's a little bit more grittier, a little bit more darker. and I just dig it, man. The first Creed is so fantastic, and I know a lot of people were kind of lukewarm on Creed 2. They didn't really think it was as good as the first film, and maybe not, but I love the story of the Russian, and obviously dealing with Rocky's past and now Creed's future, and I love that stuff, man. I thought it was really well done. And I just like how sort of the past comes back to haunt you. And I thought that was brilliantly done, brilliantly executed. I thought they did a really good job with that, man. Two solid films. And I'm hoping the third one is just as good, man. God, I'm hoping. Dude, I'm gonna go see it. I've got to, because I love the Rocky franchise, clearly. And man, do I love the Creed stuff. I heard good things. And if they continue to make solid Creed movies, man, consider me somebody that would be on board for Creed 4, 5, 6, you name it. Because as long as they're good movies, as long as they keep entertaining me, then I'm going to come back for more, dude. More extension of the Rocky franchise? Why wouldn't I want that? Seriously, man. This is some good shit. It really is, dude. And of course, we also have these collection sets, which is so weird to me, man. These 2-pack sets. Odd. I mean, they have the old school Girls Rule collection along with some kind of wonderful, I mean, I get it because they're teen movies, but Some Kind of Wonderful is so good. It's so underrated. I mean, I think it's better than Mean Girls. I think it's better than She's the Man. Not sure about Clueless. But maybe on the same par as Clueless. But man, weird 2-pack. But I get it. I understand it with the whole teen concept thing. Just kind of odd to see it sort of mashed together. I don't know, dude. I love teen movies. And they got a little bit of old school. They got a little bit of new school. Can't quite complain, man. Hey, something for everybody. You know what I'm saying, man? They got that. They also got, this interesting set. I kind of get it because it's kind of a Kate Hudson thing. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days and Almost Famous. I mean, let's be real, folks. What's the better movie? Yeah, just saying. Oh, man. You know, I remember the whole, like, rom-com Matthew McConaughey phase that he was going through, man. And How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is not terrible, but it's not really great either. I mean, I like Kate Hudson, but some of the stuff that she did as an actress, especially some of the romantic comedy stuff, just didn't quite hit for me, man. I mean, she's so good and Almost Famous, and she's kind of pissed away a lot of her career, which is really goddamn unfortunate. Dude, I mean, not bad movies, but I already own Almost Famous. I don't really need How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days. Just saying, man. I mean, they have that. They also have the 2-pack of The Godfather and The Godfather Part 2. Now, I know what you guys are saying. Hey, look, these are the 2 best Godfather movies, and you're not wrong. However, where is Godfather Part 3? Come on. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I really love Godfather Part 3, man. I mean, yes, it's not as good as 1 and 2, but it still deserves to be among the bunch, right? Hey, I think it does, man. But regardless, I love the Godfather series. I think it's absolutely amazing. I mean, come on. Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Marlon Brando, James Caan. So many great actors in this thing, man. And, dude, Francis Ford Coppola hit it out of the park. Okay, if you don't want Part 3, I'm a little pissed, but I get it. If you own at least a little bit of Godfather love in your collection, it'll suffice. It will indeed. As well as a little bit of Chris Pine love as well, which is really odd to think of. The fact that they have a Chris Pine 2-pack of The Contractor and Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit. And honestly, both of them are not really good movies. I mean, Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit is not nearly as good as the Harrison Ford stuff or the Ben Affleck movie. The Contractor is not terrible, but just sort of standard espionage action. Not anything really stand-out-ish. I like Chris Pine, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't really blow me away. He's sort of a generic action guy. I mean, outside of him playing Kirk, nothing's really amazed me about him. I'd like to see him do some better work. Maybe the Dungeons and Dragons movie. Oh, maybe that might be it, because the Dungeons and Dragons movie is coming out, so he's in it. So yeah, I guess that makes sense for a 2-pack that is totally unrelated to Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, whatever, man. Hey, it's cool to see the 2-pack love, the promotional movie goodness. It's been a while, so I'm kind of happy. Hopefully they do more of it in the future, because, I mean, this alone, that is fucking awesome, dude. Not bad. A little bit of promotional Target goodness. Yeah, I'll definitely take it.
And if that wasn't enough, Easter love too? Get out of here.
Well, if Walmart eventually has their Easter stuff, I suppose Target has to do their own, right? You know, you gotta keep up with the trends after all. You do indeed, man. Interesting. Target Easter slipcover love. Yes, the Easter eggs, come on. Staple of any good Easter holiday, after all. It is, man. I mean, some interesting additions. I mean, you've got the 2-movie collection of Trolls and Trolls World Tour, which, look, man, I don't hate these movies, okay? They're all right, but dude, they are crack for kids. All right, they really are, man. It's like a rainbow literally spitting in your face. All right, it really is, dude. That's some crazy shit, man. Not for me, but man, it's for somebody. Let me tell you, man. I got the Peppa Pig love. Not really my jam. I mean, they have the Boss Baby love, the 2-movie collection, which, by the way, man, I got to admit, I love the Boss Baby series. They're fun films. They're incredibly entertaining. I love the voice acting, the animation. I heard a rumor that they might do a 3rd film, and if they do, I'm kind of on board with that, man. I like this series. I'd definitely be down for a 3rd. I really honestly would, man. Not bad. They also have Shrek Ultimate Collection. Nice. I mean, to be fair, I only like a handful of the Shrek ones. Shrek 1 and 2 is really good. 3 is okay. Outside of that, everything else not great, except for, again, The Last Wish. The Puss in Boots movie was good. I mean, you got Shrek, Shrek 2, 3rd, 4th, Puss in Boots. Wait, Shrek the musical? Wait a minute, that was a fucking thing? Oh my god. Somebody literally dressed up as Shrek. What the fuck? What the hell did they sing? What? Oh my god, I gotta look that shit up, man. That's weird, dude. I mean, they've got 10 shorts, TV episodes. I mean, Shrek is a whole franchise in itself at this point, isn't it? I mean, it really is, dude. It's just nuts how much they really have milked this franchise. And let's be real, they ain't done yet, okay? I'm just saying. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we get another Shrek animated film, maybe another Puss in Boots movie. I'm just saying, man, if you think that DreamWorks is done with this franchise, man, you dead ass wrong. I'm just saying, dude. Okay, even though I don't like some of the Shrek stuff, shit, I'll take it over this 2-film collection. Space Jam, classic. Oh, God. Got a new legacy, my ass. Oh, man. You know, look, I love the original. Michael Jordan is great. The Bugs Bunny crew, Looney Tunes, I love that stuff. This was such a good movie, man. It came out, you know, me prime time as a kid loving this type of stuff. I dug the hell out of it. Man, it's nostalgia. It's so good. But Space Jam, A New Legacy, man, I will never, ever like that movie. I don't care how you try to twist the narrative for me. I don't give a shit. LeBron James is not Michael Jordan, okay? And this Looney Tunes crew sure as shit ain't the old school one, okay? Maybe a couple of chuckles, but that's about it, man. That is an embarrassment of a movie. I mean, if you really are trying to live up to the legacy of the original Space Jam, dude, you failed, and you failed fucking epically. Just stick to basketball, will you, LeBron? Because your talents in Hollywood, man, just leave it the fuck alone, will ya? Oh, God. Well, at least we're heading to something a little bit more entertaining. Sorry, LeBron, it's just the truth. With the 3-movie collection of Minions, Despicable Me, and Despicable Me 2 for $12.99. Not bad, definitely not gonna break the bank, but it's not all of the Despicable Me franchise, which is kind of a bummer, man. But it is in that cool little Target exclusive box, so there is that. For what it's worth. I mean, I gotta admit, I really do love the Despicable Me franchise, man. It's really not for me, essentially. It's more a kiddie thing, but I actually still really find it entertaining. And the Minions, come on, man, they are cute, alright? They really seriously are. They're entertaining, they're humorous, I like them, I like the voice acting in this series. I really dig it. And I know they're going to do more. Obviously, they're going to milk this thing until it is bone-ass dry. But it's still really popular. People are still really loving it. So, as long as they are, have at it, right? Sure, why the hell not, man? They got that. They've also got Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, and Spirit Untamed. Not really movies for me, necessarily. They're not the most exciting animated films I've ever seen, but I'm sure somebody's gonna like it. They got that, VeggieTales, which is definitely not my jam. Barbie, which, yeah, no. Not even close, man. I mean, they've got that for all of the Easter slipcover love. Some good, some not so good. Some downright embarrassing. I mean, they've got that. They've also got a little bit of Disney 100 love. Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid, Moana. I love Beauty and the Beast. I saw that in the movie theater when I was a kid. I loved that. The same with The Little Mermaid. I love that so much, man. It's classic Disney. How can I not like it? And as far as Moana, I actually did not see this movie until my girlfriend, she ended up like forcing me to watch it. Dead serious, man. And I'm so glad she did because I love the movie. I love the songs and the characters. It's so well done, man. Yeah, sometimes you gotta twist my arm a bit or two, but yeah, I eventually come around, and when I do actually come around, I actually end up agreeing with her that, she made me watch a good movie. God, I hate when that happens. I really do, man. They've got that, they've got... Okay, well, see, here's the thing. When I think of Easter, Spider-Man is not really the thing I think about. I'm just saying, dude. I mean, they've got the trilogy set of Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. I love these three movies, dude. I love Tom Holland as Spider-Man, and we are definitely getting more Spider-Man love in the MCU. I mean, come on, you've got to admit that, dude. Tom Holland signed a new contract. They are writing the new Spider-Man movie. Did you really think they were just going to end it at No Way Home? If you did, you were fucking nuts. Okay? That would be a goddamn sin, man. I can't wait to see what they do with Spider-Man. If it's half as good as these three films were, man, I will be salivating for that shit. There's no doubt about that, man. They got that. They've also got the Fantastic Beast love, which is sort of like if you ordered Harry Potter off of Wish. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, baby. You know I'm right. I like the first film. And then the second film was not really all that good. And then the third film kind of was a step up, but not that much. Yeah, it died a slow and painful death, and we're never getting any more of these. Why did they even start if they were never going to finish? Yeah, story of a lot of franchises, and Fantastic Beasts is yet another one. Yeah, I don't know about Easter, but, well, somebody's gonna enjoy that shit. They got that. They've also got... Okay, well, yeah, Spider-Man, I had no idea why the Easter thing, and I certainly don't get it with Guardians of the Galaxy either, man. 2-movie collection for $24.99, but with the third film coming... The 2-movie collection kind of seems pointless now. It kind of does, dude. But I love these movies, man. I love the world that James Gunn created. I love Chris Pratt here, Dave Bautista. Man, the characters alone, like Rocket and Groot. Oh, so good, man. Zoe Saldana's great here as well. I mean, everybody is fantastic. I love the special effects. I love the story. I love the action, the acting, the sci-fi goodness. It's so well done, man. It's some of the best that Marvel has done, and I cannot wait for the third film, man. If it is just as good, then that'd be a pretty goddamn sweet trilogy. You know what I'm saying, man? Now this is definitely more Easter faith-based, yes, but Easter regardless. The Ten Commandments, baby. Ah, yes, the classic Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, so good, man. God knows I've talked about this so many times, but it bears repeating that this is definitely a must-watch for any movie lover. Yes, if you're faith-based, that's for sure, but it is so good, man. Just one of the most classic films of all time. Definitely has to be watched at the very least once, man. And there's so many different iterations of this movie on physical media, man. There's the DVD, there's the digibook edition, there's a steelbook edition. There's been a lot of times that this has been released on physical media, man, and I can kind of see why. Just saying, man. They got the Ten Commandments. They've also got, well, yes, this makes more sense. Peter Rabbit and Peter Rabbit 2, you know, the Easter theme after all, folks. Yeah, not so much. Not really. Why? But this I get. Yes. Not saying they're really great movies. I mean, they have some entertainment value. They're okay at best, but I didn't really love them, man. Too goofy for my own good. I know, it's for the kids. Not really an adult kind of movie. But then again, I could argue that with the Despicable Me franchise, it's kind of goofy and mostly for kids, but I enjoyed that. Not so much with this. I don't know whether they're going to make a third film. Why? But then again, this is Hollywood. What am I talking about? Jeez. Then they've got Paw Patrol, which is definitely not my jam, but yeah, it is for the kids and Easter bunnies. Yeah, put the two together, makes sense. But then they have Toy Story, man. Not saying Toy Story is necessarily Easter, but it is for the kiddies, and that does make a little bit of sense, man. Oh, dude, I love Toy Story. My God, this is classic. It is amazing, this series of films. Well, the first three, and then number 4 is kind of like a redheaded stepchild to me, but I really love the first 3 films, man. The toys and Andy and the camaraderie and all of the adventures, Buzz Lightyear and Woody and everything in between, Mr. Potato Head. I love all the characters, dude. Oh, Lil Bo Peep, everybody, man. It's so awesome. I've loved this series back when I was a kid, and it's still entertaining to this day. Like, yes, you made it for the kids, but for some reason, those kids grew up and loved that movie even more because of nostalgia, and then showed their kids, and they love it. And they'll show their kids and so on and so forth. It's a movie that's going to be passed down generation to generation because it's just that damn good. And every generation can enjoy it. It just never really goes out of style. It never really gets stale or old because toys are always going to be a thing. And imagining toys coming to life, that's magical. And any kid can imagine that. And that is truly creative and just truly amazing and awesome. And oh God, I love this so much, dude. It's so fantastic. As I said, classics never go out of style. Toy Story definitely proves it. Just saying, man. Interesting Easter love. Can't say I agree with all of it. Can't say that it all makes a hell of a lot of sense, but some does. And I guess that's the point, right? Right. Interesting, man. A lot of physical media love, even Easter goodness. Man, Target is definitely killing it this week. Got to love that. Let's head out. Now that is a Target that I know and love. Oh, yes, baby. I mean, we have the new releases. We have the 4K upgrade appreciation. We have the Shout Factory goodness. And, oh, by the way, even a little bit of Easter love. Oh, you gotta dig it. And, oh, I definitely do. It makes me a very happy physical media boy, man. I was hoping that Target would deliver the goods this week, and I'm very pleasantly happy to be proven right. Oh, yes, indeed, I am, man. Not bad at all. They have really done their due diligence on the physical media love. In fact, Walmart did, and Target matched them? Damn. Ooh, I'm living in a good-ass Twilight Zone. Oh, you bet your ass I am, but hopefully there's more physical media love on the way that matches both of the awesomeness of the two retail giants. Well, I suppose it's time to go and see it. Target has been really good, but I guess there's more exploring to do. But Target, you done did good. So let's see what else is out there that can match it.
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles we're showing off. If there is, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 Central and show it off to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I gotta talk about a trailer with you guys, and I love dogs. Oh, man's best friend, but sometimes, well, they can be a little naughty. Oh, they can. And sometimes seeing the wild side is really, really some weird shit. Kind of like in the trailer for Strays. Oh, yes, coming in June. Holy shit. Strays, man, this fucking movie, man. I was not prepared the first time I saw the trailer for this, all right? I was like, what in the fuck? I was like, what the hell, dude? I love dog movies, man. I love animated dog movies, like All Dogs Go to Heaven and Rover Dangerfield, to, you know, the really great live action stuff, Marley and Me, and so many more. Dude, I love that shit. And to see a more R-rated bend to it is a little bit quirky, a little bit weird, but yet kind of fun and entertaining and kind of just taking the piss out of it. And I appreciate that, man. It kind of reminds me of like Sausage Party or Good Boys, Happy Time Murders. I mean, just with the dogs and taking that sort of sweet, you know, man's best friend mentality and making it very raunchy, which, hey, I'm 100% for, man. I mean, look, I actually like the idea of this sort of naive dog who thinks his owner really loves him, but in fact is anything but. And the idea that he just sort of finally just gets rid of the damn thing, and the dog's like, oh, my owner hates me, what? And so the other dogs are like, well, now you're a stray. And basically he's like, I'm gonna get revenge on him. I'm gonna bite his dick off. Great, now we're gonna Lorraine Bobbitt someone's ass. All right, great, wonderful. I can't wait for that one. And so he goes on this journey with these other strays and this heartwarming, fucked up, weird adventure full of drugs and mischief and, you know, humping lawn ornaments. And just all the complications from there, man. You know, look, it looks entertaining, it looks wild and crazy and ridiculous, and I'm totally on board for this, man. I really am. You know, I've been saying it for a while now, but it really is the truth that Hollywood is doing some really weird stuff as of late, man. I mean, we're getting horror movies for The Grinch, for Winnie the Pooh. We're doing like Barbie live action stuff now. And now, like, you know, an R-rated raunchy dog film. Like, we're just going off the deep end, man, with some crazy concepts. And I'm okay with it because you got to remember, man, all of the standard stuff has been done so many times before that it just kind of gets predictable and mundane. You've seen it so many times, and it's sort of the tried and true aspect to it where it's never going to really deviate from it. But doing something more outside the box, I think audiences are okay with. They're fine with. I think people are like, look, we want something new. We want something different. We want something a little bit bent to a weird degree, man. And I think people nowadays want something that really intrigues them to want to go to the movies, man. Look, the movie-going experience is slowly dying. Let's be real, man. And at a certain point, you want to go to a movie that is unlike what you've seen before. Something that's going to make you feel that going to the movie and spending your money and getting the concessions are going to be worth it. And this is one of the ones where you're like, hey, I've seen a lot of dog movies, certainly haven't seen this, so it'll kind of get me in the theater. And by the way, the trailer is really funny, so that does help as well. I like the voice acting, especially from Will Ferrell, and you know I'm not really much of a Will Ferrell guy, but I happen to really like him in this. I think I like his sort of voice with this dog. I like all the voice actors here. I'm very curious to see where they'll go, man. And the idea that, look, it's an R-rated movie. The trailers will show you some stuff, but oh, there's a hell of a lot more. I guarantee you that they have not shown in the trailer, and that is one of the things I'm really looking forward to, man. Sometimes they really work. Sausage Party is really raunchy and hilarious, but Happy Time Murders kind of let me down, man. An R-rated movie with puppets kind of sounded like a cool idea, but they kind of failed at executing it. I'm hoping that this one pulls it off. I really, really hope they do, man. And I think overall, well, I'd like to hope they will, man. Let's at least, for the love of God, hope that a movie actually delivers on the premise, because sometimes that doesn't always happen anymore. But let's hope they do it with this one, man. What do you think? Do you think this looks interesting, weird, quirky, right down your alley, or do you think they've went a step too far? Trust me, we're living in a world where a step too far is barely a concept anymore. So, hey, have at it, baby. Have at it indeed, man. Definitely let me know. But what about the second Walmart? I mean, we've had some decent media, but maybe more? How about we go in and check it all out?
All right, everybody, in at the good old second Walmart, and surprisingly, this week has been really decent, actually pretty goddamn solid, man, both at Walmart and Target. So I'm thinking, wow, well, the physical media love is on display. How about a little bit of Walmart weirdness while we're at it? Indie Bizarro? I mean, definitely gets my blood going, that's for damn sure, man. So with all the physical media love out there, can the second Walmart deliver the weirdness? I'd like to hope so, but in reality, not this week. Oh, yeah, I'm just spitting facts, dude. To be honest with you, this Walmart barely has anything. They have barely stocked the shelves. It's really sad and quite pathetic, man, and it kind of really bums me out in a big bad way. I mean, when every other store is really having good physical media love, this week, the second Walmart is really shitting the bed in a big bad way. Ugh, yeah, it's rough, man. It really is rough. So I hate to say it, but yet another week with no physical media oddities and weirdness. Trust me, it breaks my heart too, guys. But as the ever hopeful optimist, I'm hoping maybe next week they'll turn it around. I keep on doing that hoping part. Let's hope eventually it pays off, but not this week. Sorry, I'm just as sad as you are, but hopefully next week. But in the meantime, hey, there is one more location to go to, so hopefully that will supply the physical media love.
All right, everybody, we are at our fourth and final location, and, you know, physical media is a cherished treasure to me. And any time that we can find that cherished treasure, thus, it becomes a true pleasure to indulge in. And I suppose that pleasure goes to every single store. The Walmarts, the Targets, the occasional Best Buys, and I guess a bookstore? Well, hey, we gotta share in the love, and even bookstores deserve it. Especially this one. Come on, it does. Oh, it does indeed. You know where we are at, and that is none other than Barnes and Nobles, baby. Good old B&N. Back again for more physical media hijinks, or hopefully physical media hijinks. You never quite know what they'll have. Plentiful or less than I'd like. You never quite know, but I'd like to hope they have some good stuff. Power of positivity. How about we go in and see what they got?
All right, everybody, we are in a good old B&N for hopefully the physical media love. I'm not seeing it over here, though. I mean, not gonna lie, it's nice to see that they finally have the Wakanda Forever love. Took them a few weeks, but at least they finally have the damn thing. I mean, that's nice, don't get me wrong, but what about the rest of the new physical media goodness? Because this is all the older titles that I've already talked about. Well, just because it's not over here doesn't mean it's not over there. Yeah, see, a little bit of a switcheroo, baby. But hey, At least they got it. And you gotta at least give them credit for that, right? Absolutely. Let's dive in, shall we, with a little bit of Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, the Blu-ray DVD digital for $40. Okay, well, hey, you know, cats are not inexpensive after all. I mean, you know, the feeding and the grooming and the spade and neutering part too. Because, let's be real, one of these days, Puss, we're gonna get your balls. Oh, man. A new story from the fairy tale of Shrek. And I've got to admit, this is one, as I said earlier, that I really loved, man. That I fucking thought was absolutely fantastic. Was such a redeemer from the last movie. And now I kind of hope they do another one, right? Because this was so good, why not continue the franchise? Because, to be fair, I really do like DreamWorks, man. Their animation studio is not the best compared to other ones out there, but look, they have some heavy hitters, man. They have Madagascar, Boss Baby. They have the Kung Fu Panda series, and of course, the gem of them all, Shrek. Oh, yes, man. And to be fair, just because there's a few movies within the franchise that are not as good doesn't mean that you completely forget about it. You can always redeem yourself. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is absolutely proof positive of it, man. It really is. And more competition in the marketplace is never a bad thing. I've told you guys that when it comes to children's animation or entertainment, there is so many options out there, and it's easy to look at a company like Disney, for instance, and say, well, geez, Disney is just cornering the market. They've got so much content out there, Disney Plus, and in the movie theaters, you name it, that it's hard to compete, but you still can, and studios like DreamWorks does prove it from time to time. It really honestly does, man. And look, Puss in Boots is such an engaging and charming character. And if you have the right story and the right balance of humor and fantasy, it can work really well. And why not continue it? In fact, at the end of this movie, they kind of tease another adventure. Just kind of, man. Going to the land of far, far away. Perhaps going to see his buddy Shrek and Donkey. Yes, that would definitely be worth watching, man. Look, I love the first Shrek movie. I love the second Shrek movie. Third and fourth were not my jam necessarily, but I would be down for another adventure with those people, man. I absolutely would. It just would be fun, man. And if anything, this movie proved that you can still have fun with these characters, sprinkle in a little bit of fairy tale goodness, have some really great humor, and the animation can be top notch, and you can bring people and audiences out to see it in mass. And this movie definitely did the bucks in a big bad way, man. So I'm down for it. I'm down for more animated adventures with Puss in Boots, with the Shrek gang. I'm absolutely down for that because, look, more animated goodness out there, especially good ones, because that's the most important part about it. There is so much animated movies that come out every single year. Streamers like Netflix put out stuff all the time. They're not necessarily good. If you have the good stuff, that is the stuff that is actually going to get you excited. Who doesn't like a good animated adventure from time to time? Look, I love Disney, but other companies can also take the piece of the pie, and DreamWorks has proven that they're up for the challenge. Are you up for more Puss in Boots? I know I am.
Whatever you want from me, I'm giving you everything. I wanna dance with somebody. The Blu-ray digital for almost $40. That's some expensive shit. Oh, you bet your ass it is, man. Oh, Whitney Houston love.
And as I said earlier, the biggest problem with this movie is that it's just your average old biopic. There's nothing stand-outish about it. There's nothing that separates it from the rest of the crowd. And that would have been fine 30, 40 years ago, right? That would have been fine. Just a standard biopic. Nothing really flashy or crazy about it. Decent, but now you need to stand out amongst the crowd. Everybody is doing biopics these days, guys. We're getting 2, 3, 4 of them, maybe even more every single year. And you either have to capture an audience's attention, or honestly, no one really gives a damn. And certain biopics have been able to do it better than others, like Rocket Man. Think about this. Rocket Man actually was more of a musical than it was actually a biopic. I mean, yes, it was about his life, but they did it in this sort of musical montage type of way, which made it a little bit more unique. Even look at Elvis, man, from 2022. The way that Baz Luhrmann ended up filming it with the flashy shots and some of the way that the camera work was going, like, he was trying to make sure that it was actually something that people were going to talk about. It was flashy, it was in your face, and it actually got people to notice the movie, man. That's the most important part about it. And unfortunately, when you're just average and you just have average performances and there's nothing really majorly amazing about the movie, then people kind of don't give a shit. And that's the truth. You need to have that little extra oomph. You need to add something extra and unique to it to really keep people's attention nowadays. Because let's be real, man. We live in a world where everything is going by so fast nowadays. And we're on to the next thing before the other thing has even finished. Okay? And you have to recognize that as a filmmaker. You have to recognize that as a studio, that you have to bring something unique to the table. Because if not, ain't no one gonna eat the shit, okay? And yeah, that's the basic, honest, unforgiving truth to it. And it's not even the best of some of the stuff that has come out over the years. I mean, it's good, but it's not great. I consider Bohemian Rhapsody better than this. I consider Behind the Candelabra much better, with Michael Douglas and Matt Damon about Liberace, man. That's a really good movie, man. Highly underrated, but very well done. Even Tick Tick Boom on Netflix. If you have not seen that movie, you have got to watch it, man. Basically, it's a biopic about Jonathan Larson, who was the creator of Rent, and his life and his struggles and how he took that and how he made it into the business of becoming a playwright, somebody who is actually going to put on a play and captivate audiences. That's an amazing movie. That was really solid, man. That's much better than this. And they even went out of their way to make it much more of a musical, much more of a spectacle movie to really capture your attention. This didn't really do that, man, and that's the unfortunate part about it. I mean, there's going to be so many more biopics in the future. Like I said earlier, they were considering doing a Madonna one, but that's kind of on the back burner right now. But you want to know what they are doing? They're going to be doing a Michael Jackson biopic. I knew it was coming sooner or later, man. I knew we were going to get it. And I'm both intrigued and I'm kind of nervous. And the reason why I say that is because Michael Jackson had an incredible career. I mean, absolutely amazing and awe-inspiring. And yet at the same time, there is a lot of controversies there. And there is a lot of things that they could bring up or they could leave out. And it's very interesting to see what they're gonna do with that, man. It's the same thing with Whitney Houston. You have such an amazing career, but at the same time, you have controversies that this movie only skimmed the surface. It is a greatest hits package, and that's not bad if you're a fan, but you wanna, at the end of the day, you wanna leave a biopic kind of learning more about the person than when you went in. And certain ones are able to do that, like Tick Tick Boom or Behind the Candelabra, even Bohemian Rhapsody. You look at Elvis and so many others that have come down the pike. There is ways to tell a unique and interesting story, honor the artist, and yet still give you that satisfying story and reveal things that were scandalous. You can do it. This movie just wasn't able to pull that off, man. And it's not like this is the first biopic of Whitney Houston, because there's been other ones. There was even one, I think it was like 2015, 2016, something called Whitney. And that was an interesting one. Not really all that good necessarily as far as biopics are concerned, but it wasn't bad. I mean, they also did a like Bobby Brown TV biopic story with some of the Whitney Houston stuff in there, which was kind of not that good either. I kind of feel like Whitney Houston is kind of getting the short end of the stick when it comes to biopic love, man. A lot of people have had it much better than she has, man, which is kind of a shame, really, because she's such an amazing artist, and she had such a fascinating life, and I don't think they've exactly gotten it right yet. I'm sure this is not the last biopic of Whitney Houston that we'll ever see. I'm sure we'll see more, and I'm kind of interested to see where they'll go with it, man. This is, to be fair, the best of the bunch, but still average and okay. Biopics can be exciting. They can be monumental. They can be classics instantly. Elvis proves that. But when you're just average among the pack, it doesn't really say much. Whitney, you'll always be in my heart, but as far as biopics are concerned, you could do a hell of a lot better. Just saying, man, you really could. I mean, you've got Whitney's Jukebox, deleted scenes, moments of an icon, becoming Whitney, the personal touch. I mean, you've got some interesting special features, but like I said, man, it's a tough go when it comes to biopics, man. Everyone is trying to be the next great one. Everyone is trying to go for that Oscar bait love. And you gotta stand out from the crowd. Whitney Houston is an icon, will always be an icon when it comes to standing out in the crowd and being monumental and being absolutely classic and timeless. But her biopic, yeah, not so much.
The English countryside sure does look good in 4K. Oh yes, in Remains of the Day. 4K for $39. Hey, for $39, getting to see the English countryside, I think you're getting off a little cheap. Oh, I do indeed, man. Wow. I have not seen this movie in a long ass time, man. I gotta admit, I don't remember a whole hell of a lot from it, man. I remember really liking it. It was a good, really great old school English style drama, man. It was really fantastic. And the acting is phenomenal. Anthony Hopkins, Emma Thompson, man, they have great chemistry together. In fact, this is the second time that they starred together, because they were in Howard's End, which was like a year before this. So, man, they definitely have some really great on-screen chemistry together. Of course, great acting chops. I really love Hugh Grant in this. He's great. Christopher Reeves is really amazing here as well in a supporting role. It's a good little English-style movie, man. Nothing really wow-worthy, but very well acted, very well dramatic, really great story. If you like these type of movies, this would be definitely well worth it, man, especially for the acting. I mean, Anthony Hopkins, I mean, let's be honest, kids, he did do more than just Hannibal Lecter, just saying. Just saying indeed, man. That's a really great movie, or at least what I remember of it. I might have to go back eventually and watch this, because, damn, it's been like at least 20 or more years since I've watched this thing. Yeah, it's definitely due for at least another rewatch, man. Then you've also got, The Old Way, the DVD for $20. Okay, a little bit of Nicolas Cage Western goodness. Guess for $20 ain't half bad. Not that I'm gonna be buying it, but somebody will. I mean, let me be real. You know, for me, as somebody who loves Nicolas Cage, I want a really great Nicolas Cage wow experience now. You know what I mean? Like Leaving Las Vegas, or newer stuff like Mandy, Color Out of Space, or even that
like newer vampire flick he's gonna be in, where he's gonna be playing Dracula. That movie Renfield, that looks really great, man. It just looks like a wild, crazy Nicolas Cage performance, man. I mean, sometimes Nicolas Cage does sort of mundane, and you're kind of like, it's good, but it's not great. And The Old Way is kind of like that. I mean, not everything can be like, you know, just crazy, wild Nicolas Cage goodness. Lord knows I'd like it, but I don't think it's ever really gonna happen all the time, man. Or you get so bad it's good, like The Wicker Man. All the bees! Yeah, you get that shit. And let's be real, not exactly good, but, well, they can't all be winners. They certainly can't, man. But I gotta give Nicolas Cage credit. And, you know, I do admit this when it comes to Nicolas Cage, man, because there's a lot of these people, and I've said it before, that are doing these straight-to-DVD movies, man. Whether it's Jean-Claude Van Damme, or Steven Seagal, John Cusack, Steven Dorff, Emile Hirsch, Bruce Willis, John Travolta, they're doing all of these, man, and I can name a hell of a lot more. And I think the best among the bunch is Nicolas Cage, man, because, yeah, they're not all good movies, let's be fair, but he does give it his all, and he really is trying, and that's more than some of these other actors. I'm just saying, man, they're not all going to be winners, he's not going to always hit it out of the park, and The Old Way proves it, but for the most part, I give these movies a shot because of Nicolas Cage, because at the very least, you're not getting a boring performance from him, and, well, that's something.
Cinema is live and well in Empire of Light. The DVD for
$20. Okay, not bad. And to be fair, cinema is fine. Really, it's okay. It doesn't really need Empire of Light, man. But hey, if you want to hop on the bandwagon, go with it, folks. Why not, man? And I want to talk about the one actor that really makes this movie what it is. And that is Olivia Colman, man. And I really have been a fan of Olivia Colman for a really long time, especially recently. I mean, movies like The Favorite, Murder on the Orient Express, lest we forget, another really great one that she's in, The Father with Anthony Hopkins, not bad. Speaking of two really wonderful actors, this is an awesome movie. Love that. Incredibly dramatic, very heartfelt, sad. So well done, man. And Olivia Colman is just one of those really great actors that is just a consummate professional. She's had such a long career. She's done British cinema like Broadchurch. She's done some Doctor Who as well. She's been around the block a time or two, man. In fact, she's going to be in Marvel's Secret Invasion. She's going to be in that Wonka prequel as well. So not only does she do high-class dramatic work, Oscar bait, she also does a little bit for the fanboy love as well. Not bad, man. And to be fair, without her, this movie would be nothing, man. Her performance makes this movie. If you take Olivia Colman out of this movie, it's not nearly as good as just your average, trying to be Oscar bait flick, man. She makes it because her acting is so well done, man. It is so dramatic, and it is heartbreaking, and you feel for her. Any other actors coming in here, yeah, they might have done a good job, but they're not Olivia Colman good, man. And with certain movies, it's make or break it with actors. I told you the same thing with I Want to Dance with Somebody, man. The actors just didn't quite pull off Whitney, didn't do it well enough, and the movie kind of suffers for it. And if you take Olivia Colman out of this movie will suffer as well. Actors really are make it or break it in a lot of instances, and Olivia Colman is one of those ones where if you want a really great dramatic performance, you bring in the professional, man. You bring in Olivia Colman. She is just that good, man. And I think another thing that kind of suffers with this film is Sam Mendes. Now, I love Sam Mendes. He's so great. Away We Go and Revolutionary Road and so many other ones, American Beauty, you name it. He is a great, wonderful filmmaker, but he also wrote the screenplay to this, and I don't think that it was really all that tight As far as actual screenplay is concerned, I don't think he really got the story down 110%. I don't think it all came together the way he was wanting to. I mean, it's still very well competently directed. You can see Sam Mendes' style, but I think the story really let him down, and that's also on him as well, man. I mean, not every love of cinema movie gets it right, man. Most do. More often than not, they really do. I mean, look, The Fabelmans proves it. I mean, other movies like Hugo, which are fantastic, and so on and so forth. But this one just doesn't quite know how to balance it exactly right. Oscar bait, yes, but just because you're Oscar bait doesn't mean you're necessarily on that level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you definitely do, man. And this is one of them. You need to have everything working all together. Yes, the great performances. Yes, the great directing, but the story as well. And 2 out of 3 just doesn't cut it. Just saying, man. Not bad, but could have been a hell of a lot better. Just saying. And it's definitely not Olivia Colman's fault. That's for damn sure, man. And they got that. They also got the wonderful faith-based baseball love, man. I gotta admit, there's not many faith-based baseball movies out there. Maybe there's like a few of them altogether, and that's about it, man. And this is one of them. And to be fair, it caters to a specific crowd, right? That's really all it's doing. I mean, this is not a movie that's going to be marketed to the masses. This is for a specific faith-based audience, and that's it. And it's just not me. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, maybe it's the greatest goddamn thing since sliced bread. But I'll probably never find out. Just saying, man. But hey, there is the physical media love so far, and that is not bad. I will definitely take it, but I'm hoping for, well, just a wee bit more. And I think we've got it, because among the many, many piles of movies, of course, there's a lot of tales to be told, but there also happens to be a little bit of airman love too, from Devotion, the Blu-ray and digital for $35. Flying highs in the sky ain't cheap. Oh, you bet your ass it's not, man. That's for damn sure, dude. And there is a lot of really great aviator war movies out there. Okay, let's take out Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick, okay? Because those are givens, all right? They're going to be on anybody's list. Let's take those out, right? And when you do that, the list gets a little shorter. It kind of does, dude. I mean, there is a few speciality ones out there. I mean, you have Memphis Belle from 1990. You have Flyboys from 2006, if you remember that James Franco movie, which honestly wasn't really all that good. Oh, yeah. Then, of course, you have Red Tails, and that was a really shitty one as well. Oh, jeez, it ain't getting any better, is it? Oh, man. But then again, you also have the Tuskegee Airmen from 1995 with Lawrence Fishburne, which happens to be my favorite one. I love that movie. I think that was an HBO movie, which was really solid. I think that's really well told, very dramatic. Love the acting in that. That's really great. You can even say Midway to a certain degree as well. Yeah, Pearl Harbor too. So there is certain ones out there, but it's not a lot of them, to be fair. So Devotion is among a very small crowd, and it's not easy to make these movies and make them exciting. And I kind of feel like this movie doesn't successfully pull it off either. Yes, it's dramatic enough with decent enough performances, but it's hard to get the thrills and the really dangerous adventure aspect to that with some of these movies, man. I mean, unless you're in the real planes, doing the real thing and the real maneuvers, I mean, it just kind of feels kind of fake to a certain degree, man. And it doesn't have that certain sense of, like, heightened intensity that you really need, man. Like Top Gun Maverick, baby. I mean, let's be real. Top Gun Maverick is amazing, and ain't no one touching that shit. I'm just spitting facts, dude. Devotion has a certain level of curiosity for me simply because of it being based on a true story of this forgotten war. There's something about that is kind of interests me as a war movie lover. But outside of that, it doesn't really have much to hang on to, and I was just kind of sitting there bored and waiting for exciting stuff to happen, and even the exciting stuff didn't really feel all that unique or interesting to me. It's very easy to make a war movie when you're on the land and you're fighting face to face with the guns and the tanks and everything like that. Doing an actual in the air dogfight war movie is not as easy as you may think. Yeah, Top Gun is really great, but that's modern day stuff. Doing it old school, very few have been able to pull it off, and this one kind of falls short. Acting is fine, don't get me wrong, but outside of that, doesn't really do the trick, man. Better luck next time? Well, this movie didn't do so hot in the box office, so better luck next time, maybe better luck never. I'd like to see more movies try, because eventually somebody's gonna get it right. I mean, we can't just have one really great movie from 1995, can we? Well, so far that's all we got. And I guess I'll take it. So far, man. I mean, you get the aviation of a forgotten war and the legacy of Jesse Brown. I mean, all of that stuff, the true life stuff, is fascinating and amazing, and I appreciate it. I just kind of wish it was in a better movie. Just saying, man. Go in with checked expectations, because if you do, you might walk away a little bit impressed. But for me, yeah, I've seen better. Just saying, man, I have. I mean, you've got that. You've also got... Ooh, I noticed down here that they did have that Training Day Love, the 4K, baby, yes, for $34. For Denzel Washington badassness? That's a steal. Oh, yes it is, man. Damn. As I said at Target, I love this fucking movie, man. This is a great goddamn film in every single aspect. And it's not like there hasn't been all these other, like, crooked cop genre movies, man. There's been a shitload of them, whether it's Serpico or Dark Blue, Street Kings, Copland, Narc, Bad Lieutenant. I mean, there's a shitload of them, dude, that they've made. So it's not that this reinvents the wheel necessarily, but I just love the story. And I just love the idea of this rookie cop meeting up with this veteran manipulating, cheating the system motherfucker, man. And just how you can go either one of two ways. You can fight that and most likely lose, or you can join in the crowd and terrorize a few people and make a little extra money on the side. And I like that this righteous goody two-shoes guys is going up against this badass, man. I thought that was great, dude. And they just mined it for every piece of gold that they could. And I just love that, man. It's so fucking fantastic. And it really is one of the best within the dirty cop genre, man. It truly is. I remember seeing it for the first time years ago, and I was so blown away by it. I was like, oh my god, man, this is amazing. Denzel is right. King Kong ain't got nothing on his ass. Oh man, it really is the truth, dude. I mean, there's some great iconic lines. There's some really wonderful action. I love the seediness and the dirtiness of it, man. The griminess of the streets. Oh man, it's so awesome. And the unpredictability of it, you never really know who's gonna die and who's gonna live, and certain threatening situations that really leave you tense and on the edge of your seat. It is fucking awesome, man. And to see the 4K love, yeah, it definitely deserves it, man. No doubt about that. I mean, you get commentary, you get additional scenes, alternate ending, theatrical trailer, music videos. You get a decent amount here for your bang for your buck. And it absolutely deserves it. No doubt about it, it does, man. You know, look, certain movies deserve to go the way of the dinosaur, deserve to be forgotten by time, and other ones stick around and you're damn glad for it, and Training Day is one of them. Oh man, let me tell you something, this one is definitely on the top of the list. Top 50? Yeah. Top 25? Sure. But honestly, as far as dirty cop crime movies go, it tops the bunch.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Ghostface. Actually, I kind of dig Scary Movie itself. Oh, you mean horror? My bad. Yeah, Scream ain't half bad. Oh, it ain't indeed, man. The Scream love. No, I'm not talking about Scream 5, which is technically called Scream, and I'm still trying to figure out why the fuck that happened. No, the original Scream, baby. Oh, man, the original Wes Craven 1996 classic, Steely Love. Oh, yes. Oh, this is great, man. I love the fact that this got it, man. This is fucking amazing. And it got the reprint goodness because this steelbook was actually out of print, folks. And it went for big money on eBay, and then suddenly it went back in print, and all the eBay sellers were like, oh my god, we gotta lower the price on this bitch. And it's like, nah, just get it through Amazon or Best Buy or Orbit DVD, Diabolic, wherever you get it from. Just get it, because this thing is gonna go back out of print soon, and you want to grab it before it's too late, man. And just because of the fact that it's a fucking awesome movie. I mean, the characters and the kills and Ghostface himself. I mean, I love the idea behind this movie and reinventing the genre, sort of making fun of it, but yet an homage at the same time. And it created a new generation of movies, it created a new generation of actors, and it really reinvented the genre in a big bad way, and I absolutely love this movie, man. And the design of that is pretty goddamn killer. With the knife and the Ghostface image, that's pretty goddamn sweet, man. Not bad. Really good, dude. Yeah, you gotta love the Steely Love, man. And to find it here is pretty goddamn sweet. Not bad. Grab it before it's too late, because something tells me it ain't gonna last for long, man. That is for damn sure. So good. Scream is fantastic. I mean, they've got that. Of course, they've got the Scream 2 love and the Scream 3 love, and yeah, Scream 5. God. I know, look, we're right around the corner with another Scream movie coming. I'm just hesitant. I really am. And to me, guys, I just hope it's good. That's all I want, man. Because horror franchises, after a while, it's like beating a dead horse, dude. And I kind of feel like we're there with Scream. But the whole reinvention could be worth it with the whole Manhattan aspect to it and going to New York City. I'll give it a chance. But nothing, and I mean nothing, will ever beat the first Scream. That is for damn sure, and there's no debating that. From one horror classic, right, to another, yeah, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Oh, the 4K goodness, baby. For $5. Hey, you know, you gotta give the movie your money, right? I mean, Leatherface's upkeep with the masks, that ain't cheap, folks. Just saying, man. Look at that cover. That is a fucking amazing cover. With the eye and Leatherface in the eyeball. Oh, that's so cool. Dude, some of the new designs for some of these 4Ks that have been coming out have been really lackluster, man. Poltergeist and Lost Boys, you name it. But this is pretty goddamn killer, dude. That looks fucking amazing. Whoa, I love that. Oh, man. And this movie, you know, this movie reinvented horror in a big bad way in the late 90s. But in the 70s, this did the exact same thing, man. This is crazy good, man. It is insane. And in some ways, you can argue it's really never been replicated. I mean, I just love the idea of the hot Texas weather and these unsuspecting teens running into the Chainsaw Family. Oh, man, and all of the crazy complications and the madness that goes along with it. The character of Sally being one of the best final girls of all time. Leatherface, absolutely iconic with the chainsaw. I mean, the hitchhiker is crazy and wild and ridiculous. The directing by Tobe Hooper is so creepy and atmospheric, and just the design of the movie with the bones and the house. Everything is absolutely fantastic with this movie, man, and I love it. And it's kind of weird because, Tobe Hooper kind of thinks it's a little bit of a comedy. And I thought to myself, dude, really? Because I got no comedy out of this bitch whatsoever, man. But he kind of thought it was a little bit funny, a bit. Okay, to each their own, man. But it is some terrifying shit, man. There's that one scene when he's going up to the door and he doesn't really know what's going on inside the house, and then Leatherface just rips the door open and boom, just fucking hits him over the head, and he's like, oh. He just fucking drags him inside. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I remember the first time I saw that, man, I was like, I don't know what the fuck that was, but god damn, that's going to give me nightmares like a son of a bitch. Man, it was so good. And I kind of feel like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre series has kind of been chasing their own tail over the years. I kind of feel like they have, man, because I really love Texas Chainsaw 2. There's no doubt about it. I love that movie. I think it's really great. Friggin' hilarious. I love the characters. More slapsticky, but I kind of like that. I do appreciate the third film for what it's worth, man. Kind of a generic version of Texas Chainsaw, but I like Viggo Mortensen in it. It's got its high points. The fourth film is just fucking weird, man. Next Generation, man, that is an oddity of a flick, dude. But it's weird because it's directed by Kim Henkel, who was one of the writers on Texas Chainsaw Massacre here. So I'm like, dude, like, man, he was really going far out there, man. But I love Matthew McConaughey in the film. I think he's wild and ridiculous. I kind of like it. An odd one, a really weird one, but that's okay for what it's worth, man. But then they go down the remake route. But then again, I got to admit, the Jessica Biel remake is actually pretty good. I really like that movie. I think it's really dark and gritty. I like the reinvention of Leatherface. It's actually pretty solid, man. The prequel, I didn't really like the prequel. I mean, I like Arlie Ermey in the movies, but the prequel, not so much, man. But then again, you got the prequel with the kids, and that wasn't really good. And then you got the Netflix one, which, oh man, don't even get me started. And then the 3D one with Grandpa Leatherface, and the fucking button on Alexander Daddario's shirt that won't come off to save its fucking life, man. It's like Gorilla Glue on that bitch. Like, my god, man. I mean, it just feels like the first is the best, and everything has just kind of been trailing ever since. And sometimes with certain horror franchises like Freddy, the later films get better. Friday the 13th, you could say the same. Even, something like Halloween, but Texas Chainsaw, the first, is definitely the best, and I think you'll agree with me. Not bad. Look at all those special features. So awesome, and the artwork is killer. Ooh, this seems like a pretty goddamn good killer package, dare I say. Pun totally intended. Oh, absolutely, man. If you're looking for horror love, good horror love, I think you found it.
Aliens live among us.
Well, of course they do. Jeez, you just figuring that shit out now? In Resident Alien Season 2 for $25. Okay. He's back. We're doomed. Okay, to be fair, I have never seen a single episode of Resident Alien, but the reason why I even know about it was one of the former stores I used to work at. One of the guys who was like this muscle-bound jerk, he was talking to me about like movies and TV shows one day, and he was like, dude, have you heard of Resident Alien? I'm like, no, I don't think I have. And he's like, oh my god, it's really good. And this guy was like in this town, and he's like, living among them and all the comedy and shit. I'm like, really? He's like, dude, it's really good. I'm like, okay, I guess. I kind of forgot about it, to be fair, man. But now that it's got like a season 2 and maybe wow, is that what he looks like? Jeez, can he put on the other face? Just saying, man. I mean, I do like a quirky sci-fi comedy from time to time, man. I mean, even you know, the whole like Simon Pegg Paul movie, which I really like, man. Not many people like that, but I actually kind of dig that. So I'm okay with sci-fi comedy if done right. TV series, though, that's not easy to exactly pull off, especially I think this is on Sci-Fi or something, isn't it? I think it's from the Sci-Fi channel. I almost believe it is, actually. But if you got Alan Tudyk, that might be a strong point, because damn do I love Alan Tudyk. I mean, Tucker and Dale versus Evil, of course, Firefly. He's a really great entertaining actor, man, and I love him in A Knight's Tale. He's so fun and infectiously humorous, and so putting him into it is a nice little levity for the show, and I think could give it a little bit of extra punch to it. Is it good? Is it bad? Should I watch it? Let me know, guys, because I'm always up for another good show worth watching, and if this is worth it, I'll definitely give it a go. Let me know. Alien comedic goodness. Okay, I could try. And of course, it wouldn't be a Barnes & Noble visit if I didn't at least peruse the Criterion Collection love. Come on, man. And speaking of collection goodness, there happens to be a new one, and I think I'm up for a little bit of Hollywood satirization in Hollywood Shuffle. Robert Townsend's Hollywood Shuffle. Oh, yes, man. This is a good one. Have you ever heard of Hollywood Shuffle? But wait a minute. You haven't? Well, you ought to, man. This is a great, as I said, satirization of Hollywood. It's a great sort of taking the piss out of the business of Hollywood and casting and ethnicity, and I love it, man. Basically, it's about this struggling actor who's trying to get these parts and just failing. It's like, there's only parts for slaves and butlers. And all the crazy, hilarious complications of trying to get a part in Hollywood. Well, you're not black enough, or, well, we're looking for more like Eddie Murphy. And you're like, oh, Jesus, man, if I'm not black enough, if I can't get this role, or if I'm not Eddie Murphy, fuck, I'm screwed. And it's incredibly funny. It's humorous. I love the characters here. I love Robert Townsend's humor. Man, it is a fantastic movie, man. I saw this years and years ago, man, back in like the VHS days, and I haven't revisited it in a long time, and it might be well worth the visit. It might be, man. Not bad. And I gotta admit, I love Robert Townsend, dude. I mean, I loved him in that movie Odd Jobs with Paul Reiser back in the 80s, if you remember that movie. That's a blast from the past. And of course, come on, I can't forget to talk about Meteor Man. Oh, shit, I love Meteor Man, dude. Robert Townsend is great. He's a great comedic actor. This is a great comedic movie. If you haven't given it a shot, definitely look it up. It's well worth it, man. It really is. It might be one that I'm saving for the 50% off Criterion Collection love. Just saying. Ooh, 50% off. That would be well worth it. Indeed it might, man. Not bad. Another one to add to the bucket list of Criterion love that eventually I will have to buy. That is for damn sure, man. Not bad indeed. Definitely well worth diving into once it's 50% off. Not bad. But man, they've got a lot. I mean, yes, the Criterion goodness is one, but they've got a little bit of TV love. They've got a little bit of dramatic goodness, a horror, a steelbook, and 4K love as well. And, oh, let's not forget the new releases too. Oh, of course. Barnes & Noble will be delivering this week, and I'm damn glad for it, and I hope you are too. Definitely. Let's head out. Barnes & Noble's delivering the goods yet again. Oh, that's what I like to see. Oh, indeed it is, baby. Not bad at all, man. I gotta admit, sometimes coming into Barnes & Noble's can be a slight frustration when they don't have certain things, but when they have the physical media love, the bonanza, the good shit, then damn. Am I glad to be coming in this bitch? Oh, absolutely, baby. Not bad for the physical media love. Barnes & Noble's, you gotta admit, was definitely representing. And that always makes me very happy, because they better do their due diligence or I'm coming after their ass. Yeah, like they're really scared of me, but I do call them out on it from time to time. But when they are good, I definitely got to give them their just desserts, and they absolutely deserve it. Oh boy, do they, in a big bad way, man. In fact, I think most stores did this week, and I'm damn glad for it, and I know that you have to be as well. Come on, if you're a physical media lover, you can't help but love it. It's just obvious. It really is, man. But enough of the in-store physical media love. How about we head home and finish the video?
Alright, everybody, that'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD out and about video this week, and come on, guys, you gotta admit, it was pretty damn sweet. I mean, seriously, man, Walmart was delivering the goods, Target was delivering, Barnes & Nobles was. Okay, second Walmart flopped, and quite frankly, flopped hard, but the other stores absolutely made up for it, baby, and that made me a very happy camper. I mean, look, I don't have crazy high exceeding expectations like I used to do back in the day. I know that the movie love at the retail establishments aren't exactly overflowing like they used to be, okay? So as long as I can get some really great movies, some awesome media editions, talk about them, show them off, then that pretty much does it for me, man. I'm a simple guy, man. I love simple things, and that is one of the best of them all, man. Showing off the movies, talking about them, as long as the retail stores are supplying the love, I'll be there. And I definitely was, man. Some really great movies, some really great stuff out there for a lot of different genre lovers. If you picked up something good, definitely let me know, man. As far as I'm concerned, wow, man, I got some stuff, dude. I mean, seriously, this week is massive, mega. The haul that I got is insane. Wow, dude. I mean, the stuff that I picked up in store and online, ooh, man, it is mega in a big bad way, dude. I can't wait to show you guys. In fact, man, let me stop sort of, stalling. Let me show it off. I mean, it's great, dude. And let's start with some of the stuff that I got in the stores, right? And the first place I gotta start is Walmart. And, man, the $5 dump bin that Walmart has is absolute craziness. I mean, everything is all over the place, and trying to find something is fucking maddening, man. But some of those steelbooks, dude, I mean, seriously, $5, that's a steal, man. I mean, I remember some of those things being at Best Buy and other retailers for like 30 some odd dollars, man. And the fact that they're $5 now, that's wild to me. That's absolutely nuts. And so, yeah, I did pick up a couple. I couldn't resist, man. And the first one I did pick up is none other than American Assassin. Oh, yeah, man. Dylan O'Brien, Michael Keaton. Look at this steelbook love. This is great, dude. Assassins aren't born. They're made. Oh, I bet your ass they are, man. It is a wonderful movie. I think it's thrilling. Great action, espionage, so fantastically well done, man. I love the acting here. I love Michael Keaton. Dylan O'Brien is badass in this. So awesome, man. And I'm kind of shocked that we never got a sequel, because this movie made a decent chunk of change at the box office. It wasn't a slouch by any means, and so I'm kind of just sitting there thinking to myself, dude, why haven't they made a sequel? This is based off of a book series. I love the first film. I would have loved for them to do another one. And yeah, I don't think it will ever happen. Sad but true, dude. I would have loved for this to have continued. But just this movie alone is pretty goddamn sweet. Now, yes, I already have it in the collection. I do have none other than the regular Blu-ray DVD edition. But I mean, I gotta go with the Steely Love, man. When I saw this for $5, yes, it's just a simple upgrade from a Steelbook to a standard, but man, when it's $5, you kind of just say fuck it, right? I mean, you really do, because I mean, it's really too tempting. It really is, man. I really love this. I love the movie. Still want it in the collection, but Steelbook Love, oh, I'll definitely take it, man. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Not bad. A little bit of $5 Walmart Steely Love. But that wasn't the only thing that I got, right? I got just a wee bit more, man. And this one, I was kind of on the fence about. To be fair, I really was. I didn't quite know whether I wanted it or not. Was it worth getting? I didn't really love the movie, but at the end of the day, I thought, well, look, if I'm gonna grab this for $5, at least for a rewatch, and see whether it's worth keeping, sure, why the hell not, man? And so, yes, I picked up none other than Valerian on the City of 1,000 Planets. So, man, look, I watched this movie in the theater. Yes, I did not like it. Well, I was kind of lukewarm on it. It had moments I liked, moments I didn't. Thought it was kind of a hot mess at times. But I looked at this Steelbook and I'm like, dude, $5. And so, if I don't like it, I can just either A, give it to a friend, or sell it on eBay for cheap and just get rid of it, man. That's all I'm willing to do with this thing, okay? And sometimes, I think any of us movie lovers can really say this, right? That sometimes we watch a movie for the first time and we don't like it, and then years later we go back and we're like, you know what? It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. This might actually be kind of decent. I'm hoping that's the same with Valerian. I kind of doubt it. But that being said, I'm willing to give it a go, man. So here's to hoping that the $5 Steelbook Love will pay off. Can't say it'll stay in the collection, but for at least a second try, the Steelbook Love ain't bad. I'm just saying, man. We'll see how this one goes. Oh, boy, baby. But look, I can't blame any of you guys for picking up any of those Steelbook goodness. I mean, for $5, man. I mean, there was some amazing ones out there. I only got a couple, but man, was it tempting. And I could have picked up a hell of a lot more, man. If you picked up any of those great Steelbook Loves, you gotta let me know, man. Because, dude, there was some really great ones there. There really was. Just saying, man. There might have been even more. I just wasn't willing to dive deep into that dump bin because, man, I think if I did, everything was going to just topple over and I was going to get buried. And nobody was going to pull me out, man. So definitely let me know about that, man. But yes, I did get the wonderful Steely Love. A couple, but hey, it was definitely worth it, man. Not bad indeed. Now we're going to head over to Target because let me be real with you guys. Man, Target was hitting it out of the park this week. They had some great additions, man. I mean, yes, all of the great new release love, sure, but they had some of the promotional goodness. They had Easter slipcover love and everything in between. Hell, they even had Shout Factory Steelbook love, 4K goodness. I mean, dude, that surprised the hell out of me. I was not expecting that, man. And when I saw this title, I just knew I had to grab it, baby. And that is none other than a little bit of fantasy love with Dragonheart. Oh, yes, I picked it up, baby. I knew the moment I saw this at Target, I knew this had to be mine, dude. I was like, wow. First of all, the fact that this got a 4K upgrade is awesome. Second of all, the fact that it was in a retail store like Target of all places, that blew my mind even further. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna get this. It's been so long since I've watched it, but I remember loving it, and just having it in the collection for the first time, it's just an absolute no-brainer, dude. And what's even better, so here I come into the register area, getting ready to purchase Dragonheart, and the woman is very nice, very friendly to me, and she ends up saying, do you have the Amazon app? Do you have anything like that? And I said, yeah, I do actually. And she says, well, I think maybe you could price match this. I think it could be lower. And first of all, no cashier ever willingly tells you to bust out your phone and go on the Amazon app or anything like that and get the lower price, okay? But this chick actually did. And so she's even looking on her phone. And I go on Amazon, I'm like, oh yeah, it's $27.99. And she's like, yeah, I looked it up right here. And so what it was originally at Target, I got like $3, $4, $5 less than what they were asking for, simply because they price matched with Amazon. And it was all because of that chick. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was willing to pay the more expensive price for this because I really wanted it, but she was like, yeah, we'll get you the more lower price and we'll price match it. And I'm like, what? Like, that was awesome, dude. So I want to thank her in a big bad way, man, for saving me a little bit of money. Yeah, it might have been like $5 here or there, but the fact that it's a little bit of money saved is definitely well appreciated, especially in these times. If you can get a great edition for just a wee bit cheaper, I think it's definitely a steal. Oh, indeed it is, man. Just a really great fantasy dragon movie that I love, and I love these type of movies, man. These are just really, really great films. It reminds me of like movies like Reign of Fire, man, with that really kick-ass dragon, dude. And just old school fantasy epics like Willow and, you know, really great stuff like that, man, from back in the day. It just has some really great characters. I love the dragon, the voice acting, I love the adventure aspect. It's just a really great movie that I used to wholeheartedly embrace, and now having it in the collection is like a dream come true. It's awesome, dude. Can't believe I have Dragonheart now, and I'm definitely going to cherish it. Oh, and even for $5 less, I'll definitely take it. Not bad for the Shout Factory of 4K love. Oh, indeed, baby. Not bad at all for a little bit of Target goodness, baby. Oh, indeed. Now, the rest of the stuff here is stuff that I got through online. Now, that's not to say that some of it wasn't in stores, but I think I took the gamble to go through the online love just a little bit more, just because I wasn't quite sure whether it would be at the stores. And one of them, well, you got a great edition in the stores, but yeah, you can get 4K goodness at the stores. Sure, you can. Or you can end up picking up the Steely Love. Oh, with Training Day, baby. Yes, the 4K Steel Book goodness. Look at this. This is pretty goddamn sweet, man. Oh, awesome. Look at that. Woo, I'm liking it, baby. Oh, indeed I am, dude. Damn. Oh, this is so great. This is awesome, man. I had to get this. I really did. And when I saw that they had a Steelbook one, I ordered it. I went right to Best Buy and I'm like, boom, clicking and ordering, because this needs to be in the collection. This is the first time that it's ever been in the collection. I never had the DVD or the Blu-ray before, but I've always loved this movie, and it's always one that I was hoping at one point in time will be in the collection, and I'm damn glad it is. It's just a really great, thrilling, dramatic, gritty movie, man, with fantastic performances and really kick-ass action. Man, do I love this flick, man. And it's just one of those movies that gets better every time you watch it, man. It's just kind of crazy, because there's certain movies that age like fine wine and just get better, and Training Day is one of them, man. Just Denzel's performance and the Ethan Hawke, sort of the battling between the two and being on the streets. It's so fucking dramatic and edgy, and I love the shit out of it, man. And finally getting it in steelbook form, that's pretty goddamn cool. And even the back of it, man. Look at that with the bullets, man. That's cool, dude. Like the steelbook is bullet ridden. Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, this is pretty sweet. The 4K regular edition love is great. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for it, but when it comes to steelbook love with this edition, I'll definitely take it. Oh, nice. Not bad for a little bit of Training Day love. Pretty goddamn sweet indeed, man. Not too shabby. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, I knew they may have the 4K edition of Training Day in the stores, right? They might, right? I knew most likely they wouldn't have the Steelbook Club. I knew I would have to order that. But this one, I was not expecting to be in the stores. And when I saw it at Barnes & Noble's, I damn near freaked. Now, of course, I had already ended up ordering through online. But the fact that I saw it in the stores, that is pretty goddamn cool, man. Because what was once out of print is back in print. And for a horror lover like myself, well, duh, I had to fucking pick it up, man, because, yes, I do like me some scary movies. Oh, indeed I do, with Scream. Oh, yes, the Steelbook love, man. Oh, look at this, baby. Look at this. Do you like scary movies? Oh, bet your ass I do. Oh, man, look at that. Fucking awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, this is great, dude. Look at that. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so when I picked up Scream 2 on Steelbook, I told you guys that eventually I have to pick up the first Scream on Steelbook. I have to do it because, well, I kind of really wanted it. And I was so naive because I remember when the first run of these steelbooks came out, and I never once thought in a million years that it was going to go out of print, right? I was like, oh yeah, I know it's going to be popular, but yeah, it's still going to be around. I can still pick it up like, a week or 2 weeks afterwards. Yeah, I'll be fine, right? And oh my god, man, I was not prepared for the crazy popularity that this steelbook was going to have. And I got to start learning more and more that steelbooks are just incredibly popular. They are in now. They are the bee's knees at this point, okay? Everybody wants them. And if it's for a really great popular movie that everybody loves, especially for cult media fans, damn, they're going to eat that shit up. And Scream was one of them. And so I think I saw it one time at Best Buy, and I was going to pick it up, but the steelbook was incredibly, just damaged and dented in, and I was like, there's just no way I'm picking this shit up, man. So I just resigned myself to the fact that I'm probably just never going to get this thing, and I'm going to have to go on eBay, and I'm going to have to pay ridiculous prices to these fucking scalpers that are going to bleed me dry, okay? And then, lo and behold, I look on Blu-ray.com and there's news of the Steelbook edition being reprinted. And I'm like, oh my god, man, this is going to get a reprint? And I'm like, dude, I am in, dude. I am in like Flint. I am going to fucking buy this like a motherfucker, man. Ain't no one going to be denying me my ass for this goddamn edition. And so I went on Amazon and I ordered 2 copies, right? Just in case one of them was damaged and I could bring it back, right? So I get the 2 editions from Amazon. I open them up, and guess what, guys? Both of the editions are damaged. Swear to God, they're both dented really badly, and I'm like, oh, come on, dude. And so I ordered 2 more, and one of them was badly damaged, and this one came in pretty minty condition, dude. So I guess try and try and try and try again, and eventually you'll succeed at Amazon. You just gotta go through a hell of a lot of trial and error before you actually get to that point. But hey, I have the steelbook now. It's in great condition, and it is being added to the collection. That is for damn sure. And now I'm just kind of waiting for a Scream 3 steelbook. And I know what you guys are saying. Wait a minute. Seth, you really want Scream 3? I said, yeah, I love Scream 3, man. Everybody fucking hates on Scream 3. I happen to be a huge fan of it. I don't really need the Scream 5 steelbook because I don't really like that movie. And I can kind of take or leave Scream 4. I like Scream 4, but I don't love Scream 4. I don't know how Scream 6 is going to be, man. I'm hoping it's going to be really good. I want it to be really great. We'll see what happens with that one. But for me, it is the Holy Trinity. It is the Holy Trilogy. I've got Scream 1 now. I've got Scream 2. And I'm just waiting until they release Scream 3. We'll see when that happens, but when they do, I will be ready with my pre-order. And trust me, when I get it, my Ghostface love will be complete. But we ain't done yet. I know you're thinking, man, you got a lot of great stuff. Oh, that was a really big haul. No, there's more. There's easily more, guys. And this one, I gotta admit, I ended up getting it through Dark Force Entertainment, and I ended up picking it up because, quite frankly, I really loved the movie, and when they decided to do a 4K edition, I had to pick it up, and that is none other than the cheesy, ridiculous, late 80s horror cult classic? Sure, why not? Of Dead Pit. Oh, that's a face only a monster lover can really appreciate. Oh, yes, or a zombie lover, more like it. Yes. Oh, man, look at this. That is awesome, dude. Oh, great. And on the inside, look at the cover art here. Oh, that's cool. Come on, dude. Come on. When the dead start to walk, you better start running. Drop in anytime. Oh, yeah, that is fucking awesome, dude. Jesus Christ, I love this. I am a huge fan of Dead Pit. Yes, is it cheesy? Yes, is it ridiculous? Yes, is it over the top and a little bit cheap? Yeah, you're not wrong. But I love a good, cheesy, ridiculous zombie movie, man. And this one has charm for days. I love the cheesy, cheapo effects. I love the chick that's just walking around in like this shirt that barely fits her, and she's like, run around, help me. Oh, man, you just gotta love those movies back in the day, man. There's just something about them that has that sort of charm that you just don't get nowadays. And there's so many of these horror movies now that try to emulate the old school stuff, and it just doesn't work, man. And I don't know why. Maybe it was that certain time back in the day when they weren't trying to, like, force it. It was just natural. And it feels like a lot of these movies now are just trying to force being sort of cheapo and chintzy and ridiculous and kind of failing, where there's an actual kind of earnest quality to it from back in the day, man. Maybe that's why I like them. I have no idea, dude. All I know is that I really love Dead Pit, man. I've always really enjoyed it. Yeah, it's not like high art or anything, but I don't really technically need high art. As long as I enjoy the movie, that's all that really matters to me. I've owned this on DVD. I've had that DVD for like the longest time. That was like out of print for years, and I owned that. I own the Blu-ray edition and now the 4K edition. I can't say that I'm always up for upgrading every single title, because I'm not. Some I'm just happy to have as Blu-rays and I'm cool with it and I can just sort of keep it going. And other movies, the temptation is strong, man. And with this one, it definitely was. I pre-ordered this a long time ago, and it took a long while for them to finally get out of replication and finally give them to the people who ordered it, but I finally have it. Exclusive slipcover love and 4K edition and all. I'll definitely take it, man. Cheesy, ridiculous, 80s zombie love. Sign me up, baby. Oh, sign me up indeed. Can you kind of see the resemblance? Yeah, me too. Me too indeed, man. Not bad for that. Gots to love that. But oh, we ain't done yet. We got more stuff. Oh, like a little bit of upgrade goodness for the collection, even more. Because yes, I can upgrade cheesy zombie movies, of course, but I can also upgrade a little bit of mockumentary love. Oh, and this, man, even more steelbook goodness for the collection. Don't mind if I do. With Spinal Tap. Oh, yeah, baby. It's like, how much more black could this be? And the answer is none. None more black. Oh, so good, baby. Look at this. Awesome. Oh, so great. Now, I had for the longest time the DVD, okay? And I don't have many more DVDs in my collection. A lot of them I've actually upgraded, and the ones that I've kept are ones that I haven't either upgraded yet or ones that don't really have a great edition on DVD that I'm just keeping, or ones that may never end up coming on Blu-ray or 4K, and those ones I don't want to get rid of. But I'm still upgrading slowly but surely to ones that I would like to have a really great edition outside of the DVD, and Spinal Tap happens to be one of them, man. Now, yes, there are great Spinal Tap editions out there, but the Steelbook love is quite unique because, yes, this is not a Steelbook from the States. This is a Steelbook from the UK, and oh, by the way, it happens to be out of print. Yeah, it goes for a decent chunk of change on eBay, and well, that's exactly where I got it from. But I didn't pay a huge chunk of change, guys. I paid like $40 for this. Swear to God, man. I paid about $40 with, shipping costs, taxes, probably $45, right? That's what I paid for this out-of-print UK Steelbook love, man. And man, I am so grateful for this, dude. There was some guy in the States that had this absolutely brand new, never opened, and he was nice enough to be selling it for a good amount, and I took the bait, dude. It is in perfect condition, minty as hell, no scratches, no dents, and I love it, man. It comes with all the special features from the DVD and so much more, and just a nice little upgrade, not only from DVD, but the fact that it's Steelbook love as well, and I love the black with this is Spinal Tap. It's just classy, man. It looks good to me. And if I'm going to upgrade, I'm going to upgrade to an edition that's damn well worth it, and I think this definitely is. I think you'll agree, man. I just love the movie. Like, this is one of the best mockumentaries of all time, man, and you have no idea how many times I have seen a lot of the old school rock and rollers from back in the day talk about this movie and say, dude, this movie, yeah, it mocks a lot of things, but actually it's a lot more realistic than you might think. A lot of guys are like, dude, yeah, what happened to them on that stage, that's exactly what happened to me, man. They're just spitting facts, okay? And I got to appreciate it. Yeah, it's ridiculous, it's over the top, but honestly, eerily true. It really is, man. I love the cast here, and I love just the fact that they take the piss out of the rock and roll culture lifestyle, man. It's so great, and there's certain movies that do it really well, and this is absolutely one of them, dude. I've loved this movie ever since I watched it when I was so young, and it has stuck with me for all these years, and I've had the DVD forever, but now it's time to upgrade to a little bit of a steely love. Not bad, baby. Definitely dig it, man. Not bad at all. Oh, more upgrades, more Steelbook love. Pretty damn sweet, but we're not done yet. I know. Oh my God, man. There's more? Well, yeah, there kind of happens to be, guys. Because this one I had to order online because I didn't realize it was actually going out of print with the slipcover. I was actually gonna wait for the sale, the halfway to Black Friday sale. I was going to wait for that, but I guess I couldn't because this thing was going out of print really fast. And if I wanted the slipcover, well, I had to pull the trigger. And I had to pull the trigger yesterday. And I'm damn glad I did for a little bit of H.P. Lovecraft goodness with From Beyond. Oh, yes, look at this. Oh, come on, man. That is pretty goddamn sweet. Oh, yeah. Nice. Humans are such easy prey. Oh, absolutely they are, baby. God damn, dude. Do I love this movie, man. One of my favorite Stuart Gordon films of all time. And honestly, I've got to say, it's one of my favorite horror films of all time. I love this movie. I love Jeffrey Combs in here. I love Barbara Crampton, Ken Foree. It's so great. It's kind of icky and gooey and horrific and sexual, all in the same time, man. It's so great. And, man, I used to have this on DVD. And then I upgraded to, the Blu-ray edition. And then, Scream Factory put out an edition, and now I'm getting this. So, man, I am a glutton for punishment, dude. I really love this movie if I'm buying all these friggin' editions, man. But I was originally, because what I do with Vinegar Syndrome, right, because this is a little bit of Vinegar Syndrome love, is that I end up saying, okay, I really want X title, Y title, Z title, and I kind of go and sort of cherry pick. Okay, these are the titles that I want. I know that come the halfway to Black Friday sale that these titles are probably most likely going to be on sale. Okay, I'm going to remind myself, write it down, and when the sale happens, I'm going to take advantage of it for a lower price. Now, sometimes that happens. Other times, well, I have to end up kind of taking a little bit of a detour because I wasn't expecting to, but here I am on Facebook. I'm just scrolling, checking just as I normally do. And on one of the groups that I'm a part of, somebody posted, they were like, oh, by the way, From Beyond only has so many copies left. And if you want the slipcover, you got to get it. And I'm like, oh my God, already? Dude, I didn't think this thing was going to sell out that fast. And I went on the Vinegar Syndrome site. I'm like, yo, this thing is about to go out of print with the slipcover. And I'm like, shit, man, I got to make a decision. I thought I was going to wait on this and get it for a really great price. And I'm like, okay, that's not going to happen. So I had to pull the trigger, man. And I'm kind of damn glad that I did, dude. I mean, I love Vinegar Syndrome. I love what they do. Getting the 4K upgrade love is always worth it. And on top of that, really great slipcover love as well. I had to do it, man. Yeah, I was still hoping to get it for a slightly reduced price, but that being said, look, I still wanted it. It was going to go out of print. You know how those eBay people are. They were going to upcharge like a motherfucker, so it was either get it through the Vinegar Syndrome site or end up paying the scalpers. I think I'll give Vinegar Syndrome my money. I think I will indeed, dude. From Beyond is a great movie, dude. It's a great Lovecraft adaptation with great effects and great characters. And man, dude, it is just a great fucking time. As a horror movie and just as an exploration of science fiction and horror and lust and danger. Man, I just love this. And maybe it's not as loved as Reanimator, but for me, I think it's right up there, man. Maybe even more. I just love From Beyond so much. And getting the 4K upgrade goodness, yeah, it's worth it. Well, for me. It is indeed, man. Not bad. Better get that slipcover love before it goes out of print. You know what I'm saying? You do indeed, man. Hey, it's the collector mentality in me, man. Can you really fault me? Come on, I don't think you can, baby. Not at all. So we have a lot of stuff that I picked up, man. A ton of stuff. And yet we have one more thing to show off. Yes, oh my God, man, it's been crazy. But yes, one more thing. And look, let's be real, man. You know, when you are a horror lover, you love horror movies, man. You really honestly do. And, you know, as a lover of horror, there's certain movies that you just love to buy over and over again. It is part of the vernacular of, dude, this movie, whatever edition is coming out, I've got to buy it because I just love it so much and I just can't help myself. And some titles I do that more than others. And this one is one that is like high on the list of having to buy it. And when I saw it at Barnes & Noble's, I damn near freaked. Because I was like, dude, that's a great edition. And that slipcover love is pretty cool. But you want to know what's even cooler? I think you can take a wild guess. But I'll give you a hint. A little bit of steely love. Oh, because who will survive and what will be left of them? Gee, I wonder the same thing when I watch The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yeah, so, baby, America's most bizarre and brutal crimes. When it comes to Leatherface, you bet your ass it is. Oh, yeah, man. The classics never go out of style. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre definitely proves it. Oh, you bet your ass it does. I had to pick up the steely goodness, all right? I had to do it, man. It was just too tempting. I had to get it in 4K, man. And I just love the fact that the original poster art is the design here, man. This is how you do it. This is how it is, man. And it looks gorgeous. Now, the back is just plain white, and that is kind of a bummer. It's kind of disappointing. I wish there was something here, maybe the dinner scene or something, but yeah, plain white, not exactly the most dynamic thing in the world, but man, I really do love the poster art just right there on the steely, man. That is really, really great. I mean, it comes with a poster. Oh, I love that, man. It's so great, dude. And it's a great edition. I had to get it. And Lord knows I've bought the Texas Chainsaw Massacre so many times, man. The VHS and the DVD and the Blu-ray and now the 4K. And man, it's just a title that I always come back to because it's just too damn good not to. I mean, it really is. And this is not the only Steely that I own because I also end up owning the original DVD Steelbook. Look at this, man. The original, restored and remastered, man. In fact, I have a few people that signed this. The guy who played Grandpa, Marilyn Burns, the Hitchhiker. You like head cheese? I've had a few people from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre sign this, and so I'm not getting rid of this steelbook, okay? There is no way in hell I will ever get rid of this DVD steelbook. It's just too good. I've had people sign it, and I've always loved this steelbook edition, man. There's something about this steelbook that I've always loved. It's old school edition, but man, I've always dug this one, and this one has been out of print for an extremely long amount of time, but man, this was one of the original editions that I got from Texas Chainsaw, and I can't get rid of it, man. I mean, the DVD Steely Love is just too good, but to have the 4K Steely Love right next to it, that is pretty goddamn sweet, man. Never get rid of this. But an add-on ain't half bad. Oh, it's not bad indeed, baby. Look at that. That is pretty goddamn sweet, man. It's one of the most brutal movies. It's one of the most terrifying movies. And it's one of the most brilliantly well-executed horror films of all time. And what I love about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is how imposing and how crazy the family is, but how it messes with your mind. Because you have no idea how many people say how bloody the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is. But if you watch this movie, you realize there really isn't much blood at all in this movie. It's all in your brain. You end up leaving this movie being like, oh my God, that's the most brutal and bloodiest movie of all time. It's just, it has an effect on your mind, man, and how you see it. And there's not many movies that do that. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre happens to be one of them, man. It's just that good, dude. It really, honestly, just is fantastic. And yes, there's been all of these sequels, and some of them have been better than others. And has the franchise been watered down? Yes, the franchise has absolutely been watered down, and it's not as effective as it once used to be. But that doesn't mean that the original movie is any lesser. I think it's even more classic because of it. Because those movies later on in the franchise haven't been as good and have been lukewarm to damn near, frankly, just garbage. The first one stands out even better, even more, even just more extraordinary. Just the fact of what they had to work with and how cheap the budget was and how they had to figure things out in creative ways and how they made such a brilliant film out of not much resources. And that was what it was like back in the day. That's what it was like back in the 70s and the 80s, man. Is just the idea that you had a nickel and a little bit of glue and you just fucking had to work with the shit. And you had to become creative and imaginary, and you had to be clever, and you had to think of very unique and interesting ways to tell your story with the limited budget that you had. And Tobe Hooper pulled it off, man. He is proof positive that with not much money, you can make something extraordinary if you have the right mindset going in and you are committed to telling this story in the most brutal and terrifying way possible. It is something that can be accomplished. You just have to beat Tobe Hooper. Yeah. Good luck with that one, guys. Good luck with that one indeed, man. But the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is great. I have so many editions, and yet another one to add to the collection ain't half bad, man. Whether you get the slipcover love or the steelbook love, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, yeah, it's just kind of a requirement that if you are a horror fan in any way, shape, or form, this has to be in your collection. There's no disagreeing on that. It's just a fact. It really is, man. Wow. Look at everything that I got, man. This is wild. Everything that I picked up this week, man. I'm kind of shocked because I wasn't expecting to get as much as I did, but oh, man. This is massive. This is mega. I told you guys it was going to be, and I didn't disappoint you, man. Yeah, and even the Scream Steely love, all the 4K goodness, upgrades. Man, let me tell you something. I don't always have this type of haul. Lord knows, sometimes I can't really afford it. But when I do, man, I go all out. This stack, oh yeah, I'm definitely loving it. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk about this. Now, I talked earlier about movie theaters and proper etiquette and respect, but along with that happens to be movies that you want to go see in the movie theater in order to want to have the theatrical experience. It can't always be the big movies, the big blockbusters. Sometimes the smaller movies might end up actually saving Hollywood after all. Wait a minute. Really? It's not the big ones? You'd be surprised. From Variety, could mediocre movies save movie theaters? Ticket to Paradise, Man Called Otto, and 80 for Brady? We say yes. Let's dive in, shall we? Quick. What do the following movies have in common? The cheesy, middle-aged rom-com Ticket to Paradise, the curmudgeon finds his heart of gold drama Man Called Otto, and 80 for Brady. Well, if you're looking for the common thread, all three are built around those once larger-than-life entities known as movie stars. Julia Roberts and George Clooney in Paradise, Tom Hanks in Otto, Jane Fonda, Sally Field, Lily Tomlin, and Rita Moreno in Brady. All three are solid mid-level hits at the domestic box office. Ticket to Paradise made $68 million. A Man Called Otto has grossed $60 million, and 80 for Brady is chugging the way to the 50 million yard line. That's a fact that many have taken note of at a time when the most savory offerings of the awards season are starkly underperformed at the box office, like Tar, The Fabelmans, and The Banshees of Inisherin. Yet, there's a larger lesson to be gleaned from the success of these three films, one that has largely gone unremarked upon, and I'd say it relates to the most essential thing about them. All three are defiantly mediocre. That, in fact, is the secret of their success. Well, I tend to disagree with that, but I get where they're going with it. I'm sorry, I really am, for how totally patronizing that sounded, but maybe I can take the sting out of it by admitting that, like many moviegoers, I'm not some automatic hater of mediocrity. I am even at times a defender of it. Mediocrity has its place in the multiverse of movies and always has. I would argue that it's been a sizable chunk of the movie pie, and that movies as an industry depend on mediocrity more than we might like to think it does. Not all mediocrity is created equal, of course. I thought Ticket to Paradise was the purest candy corn rom-com kitsch, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a picture that has no illusions about itself. One reason it was such an effective vehicle for Julia Roberts and George Clooney is that these two old pros could relax into the tropical formulaic shenanigans of it. They turned hitting their marks into a pleasurable form of slumming as showmanship. But here's the real reason why it's the magic key. A path to the future of movie theaters that has not been duly recognized. When it comes to analyzing the box office tea leaves and what they say about where moviegoing is headed, the excitement that got pinned to the phenomenon of Top Gun Maverick is fully justified. For Maverick, it was a fantastic anomaly. It's a movie whose very existence hinged on 40 years of pent-up 1980s nostalgia, now uncorked like some ironic blockbuster equivalent of fine wine. In 1986, if you'd suggested that Top Gun should have won the Oscar or even been nominated, you'd have been looked at like someone who'd lost his marbles. Elvis, too, as much as it was a must-see biopic on Baz Luhrmann overdrive that earned its success, it's not a film to generalize from. Neither is Everything Everywhere All at Once. These were movies that adults turned out for. That proved and can stand as symbols of the viability and transcendence of the theatrical experience. But how easy would it now be to come up with another Maverick, or another Elvis, or even another Everything Everywhere All at Once? Yeah, I'd argue that's damn near impossible. I, too, am desperate to see more movies like that, though, but what we also need are the movies that grease the wheels of the theatrical experience, the friendly bread-and-butter formula films for adults that audiences can depend on, that can keep them hooked on the act of moviegoing. To me, the most painful aspect of the fall movie season, I'm tempted to call it tragic, is seeing that extraordinary films that underperformed. But I think that kind of dismissiveness misses the actual problem. The audience of adults that still yearns to see movies that aren't fantasy blockbusters or the horror freakout of the week has been drastically underserved. As a result, they have fallen out of the regularity of movie going. The rhythms of staying at home, which the media during the pandemic tried to sell as a new normal, almost a new ideology, well, is still very much in play. The idea that there are a new paradigm that has not lost its sway, but I think 2022 was the year when people allowed themselves to get used to going to the movies again. What's going to keep them there is movies that can count on for an experience that reinforces, in its very aesthetic, the comfortable and the conventional. Because really, it has always been that way. What we imagine as film history is in fact the creme de la creme. During the heyday of classic Hollywood, people went out to the movies and saw the studio programmer of the week. Thousands upon thousands of westerns and comedies and romances and thrillers that are now long forgotten. In the 1970s, that fabled age of cinematic adventure had a whole lot of serial mixed in with the cutting-edge art. Yes, The Godfather and MASH and Dog Day Afternoon and Last Tango in Paris and The French Connection and Shampoo were all box office hits, but so were Billy Jack and Willard and Bedknobs and Broomsticks and Escape from the Planet of the Apes and The Towering Inferno and The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams and Rollerball. But then again, I'd argue what's wrong with those movies. Just saying. You could say, and you'd be right, that our era outdoes that one in the sheer profusion of fantasy escapist pulp. But I'm talking about movies for adults that adults still want to see. These movies run on a separate track from the marvelization of Hollywood, and we need them in a more modest way, in the commercially successful way. Imagine that there were 30 movies a year like Ticket to Paradise and A Man Called Otto not so long ago, but there were. But the industry, in letting the mid-budget movie for adults slide into oblivion, wound up dichotomizing itself into a choice of insane extremes. CGI rise for kids versus those highly select and elite films like the critics' cream overdoing award season love. That is not a healthy choice. It's like saying that you want to go out to eat and your options are either fast food or a high-end place of dauntingly lauded culinary ambition. Given that choice, who wouldn't stay home or go with the fast food option? My jam. It's easy to mock mediocrity, but actually it's the greatest unifier. Just look at all the television that's mediocre that people relax into for that very reason. Some of it is even quite acclaimed, but that's another story. If there were more movies like Ticket to Paradise or A Man Called Otto, audiences would show up for them, and the whole spirit of going out to a movie theater would change. I can't prove it, but I suspect that an audience of people who'd gotten that much more used to going to the movies would be that much more eager, in the flow of things, to show up for Tar and the Fabelmans. At its greatest, moviegoing can be a religious experience, but at its most everyday and sustaining, moviegoing is that reassuringly dowdy thing known as the habit. The industry needs to start making movies that adults want to see and to make it a habit of seeing. I can't quite say that they're wrong, but they do have a point. They do indeed, folks. I'm just spitting facts, man. Now, I don't know if I 100% agree with the article, but I wanted to talk about the article because I thought it was interesting. We are living in a post-pandemic world. We all understand this, and we all got used to staying home. It was just something that everybody was normalized to. It was something that we all got comfortable with. And coming back out of our shell is not an easy thing to do. It's not as much of a sure thing as you might think it is. And going to the movie theaters is not much more of a sure thing either, if you really think about it, because yes, you want to go see something on the big screen. You want to experience that communal experience, unlike any other. But at the same time, the prices are ridiculous on the concessions. The movie ticket prices are going up. I hate to say it, but the crowd is getting more rude and unruly every single fucking year. And on top of that, I mean, sometimes you're not really enjoying the experience as much as you used to. Staying home and seeing a movie on your 65, 75-inch TV with surround sound and great picture quality, I mean, that's becoming more of a thing now than it was even, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And what this article is saying is that, hey, look, the blockbusters will always be there. It's always nice to see something unique and interesting and something that piques your interest. There will always be that. The Marvels and the Star Wars and, the sure things like Top Gun Maverick, right? Absolutely. But they're ultimately saying at the end of the day, yes, the blockbusters will ultimately still save movie theaters, but you can't just rely on that, right? If you only had blockbuster movies out there, yeah, people would go see it, but after a while, people will get tired of it. It's crazy, but it is true. You need those smaller films. You need those sure things. That sort of safe, warm blanket that you love, that you're used to, that you can enjoy. There's nothing wrong with a formulaic comedy. There's nothing wrong with, an award season tearjerker. There's nothing wrong with that. Is it standard? Is it an every year thing that you can count on? Yes. Is some mundane more than others? Yes. But at the end of the day, those are movies that are tried and true and have stayed with Hollywood for generations. We're just now starting to lose it just a wee bit. This article talks about how Tar and The Fabelmans and all those movies kind of were a little bit of a failure in a bit because they weren't intriguing enough to bring people to the movie theater. It wasn't that those movies were bad, because they're really good. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is that people just weren't really feeling it. And it's weird to say that people feel a movie like Ticket to Paradise. It's weird to say that because you think to yourself, oh my god, like an award season darling like Tar can't get a lot of box office love, but Ticket to Paradise can? And it just kind of baffles you in your way of thinking. But the truth is that people want to be entertained in the most pleasant and safe way possible. And sometimes they don't want to be hit over the head with this drama messaging about cancel culture and everything like that. They want to just have a fun time, relax, laugh a little bit at the stupid hijinks, and go home and feel good about their lives. That's all they want to do, man. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's the safe way of watching movies, and it's been done for decades, and it's going to continue that way as well. And so, you know, when I hear this article say that those movies are mediocre, well, Ticket to Paradise is. But, I mean, truth be told, it's based on opinion, right? I may not like a movie, but somebody else is going to really love that movie. Somebody else is going to look at that George Clooney and Julia Roberts movie and say, my God, it's the most funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Okay, clearly you don't watch a lot of comedy movies, but okay, fine, fair enough. But it's all based on opinion, right? And what one person's trash is will be another person's treasure. And that's how it's always been with cinema, and that's how it continues to be. There's a lot of movies in my collection that I love, that I think are absolutely funny and hilarious and really wonderful dramas and romance movies. And there's other people out there that are going to look at some of the stuff that I like and say, geez, I'm glad you like it, but it sure as shit ain't for me. And that's the whole way of life. And it's with anything. It doesn't matter. Food, movies, sports, you name it. We can't always agree on everything. And quite frankly, we're really never going to be. And even asking that is a really tall fucking task, man. And I think at the same time, you can appreciate the fact that these smaller films do exist for the people that want to see them. Because I am slowly but surely joining a crowd of people, a generation of people, because I'm 40, man, and I'm now heading towards that crowd of, God, I hate to say it, but middle-aged, okay? And the idea that, you know, the middle-aged crowd is not always going to see the biggest blockbusters. You have no idea how many times I've talked to the electronics manager at Target about certain movies, and he's like, yeah, that movie's not going to get me into a movie theater. I'm okay with waiting for streaming. I mean, do I agree with him? No, I don't, but I understand where he's coming from. I get the hesitation. You don't want to be in a huge crowd of people. You don't want to feel uncomfortable and having to hear people just yell and scream, people on their cell phones, you know, kids running around. As you get older as a moviegoer, and this is very true, and even I'm starting to feel the effects of this, is that I start to go to these movies and I start to sort of like, I start to sort of get angry and sort of look around. I'm like, oh, I wonder when this person is going to be on their cell phone, and this kid better not move from his seat. And like, I'm starting to be that way, dude, because I just want to sit down, relax, and have a pleasant movie-going experience without all of the shit that goes on in between, man. I don't want to deal with that.
And I love going to the movie theaters, but it is getting more of a hassle and more of a pain in the ass. And, you know, you just sort of become that sort of boomer where you're like, shit, these young people, I I hate them, dude. And so a lot of those people, when they see big blockbusters, I think they ask themselves, I don't really want to go in a huge crowd of people and have all the noise, and it just messes up my enjoyment of a movie, man. My mother is the same way. We like going to smaller films where there's not going to be a big crowd of people because we just don't want to deal with the hassle of it, getting in and out of the seats and being comfortable. And my mother doesn't like people talking in the background, and yeah, it just becomes a hassle in and of itself, man. And so at the same time, they're not going to come to these big movies, but they are going to come to smaller films. They are going to come to these more niche, more indie fare that feels good to go to the movie theater. It's not a hassle. You don't have to deal with big crowds or teenagers, but you still have a great movie-going experience at the end of the day. And those movies are very much still a part of our movie-going society, and they still need to be a part of it to this day. Movie theaters, I hate to say it, man, they're a dying brand. And it's the truth. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that are wondering, are movie theaters going to survive? And a lot of people, there's an argument to be made that, okay, maybe we should just have only blockbuster movies. Maybe we should just have Avatars all over the place, and Star Wars and Marvel movies all over the place. And those smaller films can just go straight to streaming and stay there, and, well, they'll make a little bit of money on the back end, but that's about it. And I feel like there's a real great reinforcement to seeing these smaller films, whether or not you call them mediocre or trash or not. The idea that there's a certain crowd of people that are going to go to those movies, the tried and true crowd that is going to do that. And you need variety in a movie theater. You can't just have the latest, greatest, biggest blockbuster movies out there and that's all you have. Because you're not servicing the entire crowd. You're not serving everybody, every age group. Because at the end of the day, the movie-going experience is not for just the young people, and it's not just for the older people. It's for everybody, and you need that variety so that everyone can feel worth it to go to the movie theaters. If we're going to save movie theaters, if we are going to truly save this from being a dying experience, we need to have everybody involved. And in order to do that, we need all kinds of movies to be represented. Whether or not you consider them mediocre or not very good or fantastic, that's a matter of opinion. But at the end of the day, you need all of them to make a really great stew. And when we do that, the movie experience will fail. When we decide to get rid of it and lose it, that's when it's going to go the way of the dinosaur. What do you think, guys? Do you think that we need everything represented? We need all the age groups to get involved? Or should we just cut it loose and only deal with the blockbusters and hopefully people are all going to come to see them? And if not, yeah, I guess we'll just try plan B or C or D or E, or whatever fucking plan might work. Let me know what you think, guys. It's an interesting thought, especially when I'm getting older and realizing my movie-going experiences are changing. Sometimes you want that comfort and safe movie to just feel like a regular, loving moviegoer yet again. It's not always about the blockbuster love. And you have to remember that. Oh, indeed you do. But I hope you enjoy the video. If you did, definitely give it the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Movie reviews with my friends, live streams, Blu-ray pickup videos, movie hunting, and so much more. A lot of the older content and newer stuff that is slowly but surely coming your way over time. I want to thank you guys, I really do, for your patience, your understanding, your really great feedback and comments, and just sticking with the video and watching it and really giving me the love and support. I appreciate it. These videos are not easy to do. They're really tough. I put my all into every single one of these,
And it's really nice to know that you guys still appreciate them and love them, and it means a lot to me. It really does. So if you love how I talk about movies and physical media, definitely hit subscribe, become part of the Film Fan Nation. I have some of the best subscribers, and you guys are just aces, and I love you to pieces, guys. I really do. And also hit that notification bell so you'll be notified every single time that I make a video. Also keep up to date with everything I'm doing on Facebook and Instagram. Film Fan 108. Keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. Also, if you would like to send the channel any movie-related love, you can do it. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It is not expected, to be fair, but it is definitely appreciated. You guys have gone out of your way to send some amazing things in the past, and times are tough. I understand that, and as I said, you guys don't really have to, but if you choose to, the P.O. Box is there, and I always appreciate anything that I get from you guys. You guys are amazing, and anything is always appreciated. Trust me, it truly is, guys. So if you want to send anything to the channel, you definitely can do that. But I guess this does it for the video, man. At another adventure out of the way and more to come, man. I love physical media. I love showing it off and talking about it. And more to come always is a great anticipation. It truly is, man. Hope you're anticipated for it, because I sure know that I am as well, man. But until the next video of anticipated movie goodness, take care, everybody. And remember, happy hunting.